Good morning, guys. Boom. So we caught a bounce at 20. I guess that's kind of reasonable. Some sold puts at 15. Big pile of sold puts at 61.10. Although some of them closed out on the push up this morning. There's still quite a lot of sold puts at 59.90. Some bought puts out at 59.70 to the downside. Losing 60 would be kind of a big deal here. Still haven't filled that downside gap on futures, so we may get some continuation. I hate this range. It feels sketchy to play either direction until confirmation. Mm, I mean, from like a probability perspective, it's more likely to go continue down. Why is DFV not tweeting? I don't know. Why would he? He didn't for like 2 years. He's got $500 million. I think he'd be okay, or 250 million. I don't know. I think he'd be fine, just not. Maybe he doesn't want to get sued by dipshits again. No, he's not rich yet. He's got some money. You're really you're really on about the 500 million thing, huh? What's so unreasonable about that to you? That's like the benchmark for rich. Do you feel losing Brockton? He's rich here, just not in Kirk's neighborhood. I don't think he'd make $250 million and live in fucking Brockton. Pickle Jar doesn't realize what truly rich is. Yeah, I know. There's layers. Like you just don't, you don't get exposure to it. Wealthy is different. If if your passive income sources exceed your cost of living, you're wealthy. There's people on like the fire subreddit that are wealthy. The spread on how rich people are broadens really rapidly as you get above like the 1% earners. Like you think you're doing well. You've got money and you're kicking ass. And then you meet like someone with 100 times more money than you. What's up, Amy? You can, Grim too. You can do that if you're poor also. Fire? It's like those people that like give up their entire life to save money so they can spend money when they're old. Where's the gap? It's right there on the chart. You can see it with your eyeballs. Financially independent, retire early, morons. Like, oh man, I don't want to spend my whole life working for the man, and I want to be financially independent when I'm old. So they spend their whole life working for the man to be financially independent when they're old. It's like people who move to Puerto Rico so they don't have to pay taxes, but they still have to live in fucking Puerto Rico. I just set my money on fire. Not the same. My favorite's the fire people who invest in crypto and NFTs. Like, they're not even doing being boring idiots correctly. All I hope is, like, that movement really started in, like, the late 2018. I hope we're in a horrible recession in 2038. Like, just at the bottom of it. And their drawdown on all their fucking S&P holdings is like 50%, and they can't retire. I'm gonna laugh my ass off. It is funny. No, NQ doesn't look good. Is it the giant red candles that was hinting at that? It's kind of poopy. Oh look, the bulls got all excited for nothing. Figures. Is the gamma squeeze in the room with us? It's not a gamma squeeze. Not anymore. New weekend pet holders or Chads? I know. No, it's the same one, I think. Yeah. If our monetary system gets fixed and no more endless printing money, then 401ks are cooked. No more endless growth. What if we just incentivized taxes on dividends? And then companies would stop trying to maintain their fucking 10% CAGR and actually just do one thing and do it well. Oh, and they wouldn't rip off all the consumers that buy from them in order to push their profit margins higher. Imagine a world like that. No, not buybacks. God damn it. Dispersing the profits of the company to its shareholders. That's why this was so great. You didn't give me any fucking eggs, Amy. I'm out of eggs. I went to Whole Foods this morning and they were fucking out of eggs too. I'm eggless. Like a poor person. The fucking person at Whole Foods was like, oh, we didn't get an egg shipment today, but can I offer you a carton of eggs that are mixed? And I just sneered at him and left. Costco had quail eggs? What the fuck am I supposed to do with those? Tiny omelets. I could probably get an egg guy, but I don't want that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not evade taxes and grind every last penny out of the consumer regardless of the consequences. That sounds like socialism. No, it's not socialism. The people don't inherently own the means of production, but they can buy it. They can go out and buy percentages of the means of production. Capitalism. Not runaway oligarchy. Can you Instacart eggs? Yeah, but look, if I do that, like 90% chance they just deliver me a loaf of bread. How about this, Gherkin? Same system, but a lot more guillotines. I'm okay with that. I'm not rich enough for anybody to come after me, so yeah, got it. Oof, bearish. We haven't lost 6,000 yet. Although, it does look like we're going to. Remember, there's another support at 59.90, but now there's a shitload of bot puts at 59.85, 75, and 70. It'd be cool if we end today at 5,900. Wonder if. Ooh! My TQQQ shit's back up again. Fuck yeah. Bear signal. Ooh, and the money. Nice. Look at this. See, look. Almost not bear, still bear. Haha. If we hit 5,900, I will play all the bear songs. What if I'm not the only one straddling every night, and that's why we had to bounce this morning? Huh. The index isn't bearish until like 57.71. It's not really bearish unless we get under 56.96. No, I'm not gonna take off my shirt. Calm the fuck down, Grim, too. You know, Japanese markets are closed because of Emperor's Day? Sounds like crime. I wonder when Bitcoin's gonna lose 8,900 or 89,000. Is that where sailors fucked? Yeah, probably. Imagine using debt to buy Bitcoin just here. No, I didn't say 56.96 today. I just said things are gonna get really bearish unless we get below that. His business model sounds like a Ponzi scheme. It doesn't sound like one. It literally is one. Sailor's just an MM. I mean, as long as he keeps selling his shares, he doesn't give a shit what happens to MSTR. He just can't sell them at a rate so fast that people notice. Maybe you can put some green on the day. Thank you for the help with the trend line. You got it, dude. Congratulations, man. I kind of want this to keep dumping. If we lose 90, it gets really bad. Vic's almost at 20 now. This is fucking awesome. Ooh. Shit. There's the 604 test on futures. Next downside test on next important downside test on futures is like 59.40. Is it 59.48? Going straight to test that trend line. Yeah, so this range, not a lot of support. Most of the meaningful supports at the bear signal at 59.48. Or a little bit below it. So we'll see the importance of the long-term trend here. That's been pretty solid. We're about to test it. But if that fails, yeah, that's really bad, actually. That's like this trend, which hasn't failed since August. That was the last time it failed meaningfully. It almost did a little bit in Jan, but it bounced back. But a failure here is a big deal. God, I wish it would dump so I can move the fucking ranges on S&P finally. Yeah, I said if we go under 5,900 today, we still got a ways down, but we are kind of dumping hard. VIX 20. What were all the SPY puts you talked about yesterday? The 60.10 and 59.90. Bull's gonna catch this? Hard. This is a hard one to catch. And we're about to, like, we just fell below the 85 bot puts. And then there's bot puts at 75.70. It's a big sold put wall at 65. So they might try to catch it a little lower. But we're starting to get more out of the money puts. 59.50, 58.95, 5900. Big spikes in IV on 59.10, 59.30, 58.60. Yeah, 58.95. 58.95 and 5900, but more at 58.95. Delta flip crossed over gamma flip. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Give it a downside's kind of flat. There's a little bit of support at 85, 80, but I don't know if we fail this bounce, maybe like 75 on the next test or something. Yields are coming down again. What was the data this morning? Fed National Activity Index fell negative. Personal consumption housing categories contribution was negative 0.14. Hmm. This is a nice bounce. 90 is probably pretty important here. Hmm. What's up, Nuke? What an SLD, just like old times. Did we have like a similar thing last month? Are calls so overpriced? Just the MM being forced long puts. The MM is long puts. Calls are overpriced because IV's rocketing. Puts are expensive too. I'm not I'm not fucking muted. No. Unless you muted me, yeah. Okay, this is a crazy bounce now. It's almost $30. Any resistance? Still a lot of interest at 60, 10, 6,000, and 59.90. Vol short or profit taking? I would say a little bit of both. Our dreams of 5,900 over for the day. I mean, we could still fail here and fall back into the sold puts again. It's not really how the market works. But we won't. Why? We're under delta neutral and gamma neutral. V's shouldn't, for the most part, V's shouldn't be very successful. Unless they're starting the overnight. We're still below Friday's close right now. Someone's buying puts at 6,000. Some of the 60-10 sold puts are trimming. Bunch of puts, long puts coming in 59.75. Well, that might be the hedge. The sold puts that are higher. Getting above 60-10 is pretty important for the bulls here. Ooh, Riley just went up 15%. Fuck yeah. This pump has some volume behind it. Sus. Not a little. Mostly on the reversal, though. It's falling off really fast. Still riding Fubo shares? Yeah, I have some sold calls out, though. Probably close them before earnings. You've been saying Riley, but I've been picturing O'Reilly. Well, wouldn't I say O? The start of it? I bought one put. I made $70. I'm a stock god. I see you missed market open. It's the fountain? Oh, absolutely. Very zen. I don't know what's going to come out of Fubo earnings. This is going to be all new, right? The business has fundamentally changed quite a lot. I had to turn it down. It was pissing me off this morning. So loud. All my puts just priced up 10% after I closed them. Perfect. When you get eggs, name the stream Gherkin got his huevos back. It's not that big of a deal. I'll just go get eggs after market close. What does it mean when you Gamma Max dropped from 29 last week to 25 this week? Hmm. That means all the weeklies on it expired. This guy thinks he can just go buy eggs. I can. Go get some pigeon eggs from the roof. City chickens. You know, I actually had pigeon eggs once. Not city pigeons, but like farm pigeons. They weren't bad. Tasted like eggs. Is it really true that intraday on WeBull is $100 on micro ES? I think so. It's like 93 or something like that. It's really cheap. I can check. Intraday margin on MNQ is 122. MES. $96.36. Dude, that's what I can do while I'm bored.
Hey. Hey.
Nice. My friend was complaining that taxes on WeBull took him 4 hours. Tell him to get a fucking CPA. They can do what I do every quarter and just print out all the documents, put them in a trash bag, and check them through his CPA's door. What's up, Cobra? Geo moving up on Fubo a bit bearish. I mean, people are probably just selling the vol into earnings. So, a bit, but not. It's not as big a deal on equities. Chill? What? How much does your CPA charge you? I don't know. He used to not charge me, but we had a bet. That's over now, so I know he's charging me, but I don't know how much. I don't know, it's like fucking like a few grand a quarter, something like that. You can say hi to me, but you said hi to Cobra. How does that make me a shill? That's super cheap for a CPA. No, it's not. I'm just one person. It's not like a corporation or anything. I pay mine like 15K a year. That's about what I end up paying, like 15 to 20. He's also been my friend for almost 20, 22 years, so. Now I have to ignore you, Poopy, otherwise I'm not going to get paid to say hi. What have you done? I've been your friend for 4 years. Hire me at Gamma Strike. Alright, but you're not getting free Gamma Strike. You know, like, we just don't have that much to do. It's only our first year. It's pretty basic accounting. Do you just really need clients? We don't have much to do. Oh, you meant accounting. Yeah.
Hey.
I'm gonna see if I can pay for lunch with one MES contract. It's being a little bitch and bouncing. What's lunch cost? Like $50? If you're having a banana.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Oh no, my lunch. Banana's not a lunch. Are we Ving? How do you write your V's? Pretend you have no other money than the money in the ES contract. That's what I do. I think you might get squeezed out of my dollar. Oh no. No, I'll get a lower low. Should take that away. Hey. Short the demand zone, exactly.
Hey.
Hmm.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Need to lose like 87. You gotta change the hay thing. Yeah, I do. Just get an ad for Elon Musk, like just him as a person. I could say, hey. It's awful. It triggers me like crazy. It's really annoying. I gotta agree. No, but bonds going up will drive demand for like long vol. I'm pretty sure everyone knows my type already, Huckleberry. Infinite chop, or are we about to break in a direction? Hmm, this is distributing out an awful lot. Probably up a little. Let's see if it fails. Futures volume's still really low, so getting more bot puts, 59.85, 75. Your hot neighbor AOC is getting closer to your perspective, posting, "There are more of us than the oligarchs. We can overwhelm them." Hmm, it's true. Would you rather go to an ICP concert dressed in full scary clown garb, or be forced to eat Subway sandwiches for 1 year, 3 meals a day? ICP. I'm just gonna Kroger and get some Fago. Bob, are you a juggalo? Yeah, that's a no-brainer. I'd probably rather do that than eat one Subway sandwich. Why are DMG flip points so far from spot? Trenda. It's a pretty wide spread. But yeah, generally that's how that works. They'll get closer to spot probably over time, maybe. It's kind of risky here. A little bit, yeah. Just because 59.90 is such a big support. Um, it does look like it's starting to fail a little. If ES sells off back below like 604 again, it'll probably get a new low for the day. See, that support I don't like as much. So try to steal my lunch money, Kenny. What about ICP or have to make a Subway sandwich for somebody? Oh, I would make somebody a Subway sandwich. Would you rather do one silly thing once or one really annoying and inconvenient thing 3 times a day for a year? Silly thing once. Damn, KBY Divvy coming up next month. 9% yield. Yeah, I know. It's okay, Potato Tom. I forgive you. You guys need to process the daily data to make a more move prediction based on spot versus flip points at like 10, 1 hour, 4 hours into the day. Okay, but yeah, sure, we can do that. Mm, silly people. I sold almost all my GME. Thank you. That is all. I feel so free now. That's awesome, Scoopy Doo. Congratulations, man. Ooh! ES is starting to push through 604. That's exciting. Stop finding support, you piece of shit. Oh, NQ's still failing. Hmm. GM went to the moon. Middle Western consumer sentiment rep. Almost twice. I told you I wasn't going anywhere yet, Dega. Then the CEO rugged it exactly twice. Yeah. Yeah, we've been going to the moon this whole time. We were like walking there. Mm. Oh, that's boring. I said it would squeeze. No one wanted to listen. Nothing's happened. What? I said it'd get a lower low. It did. Is this magnet analogy at play at 5990 concentration axis support and MM hedging? Why we keep bouncing if the more we test or break below it earning? Yes. Yeah, the large position at 5990 is acting as support here, but we're continuously testing it, which is going to weaken it as a support. Also, it'll weaken as a support as time drags on and gamma at that level increases more and more. Also, if somebody's buying a lot of puts to the downside, 59.85, 75, 65, 70, 59.50. Huh. Why is it flat until end of day? Did you perfectly time the crash, Dad? I don't know. Maybe. If I were a fund manager, I'd be hard pressed to think of a bullish thing right now. Ooh, my lunch is almost paid for. Let's fucking go. Nope. Don't bounce and fill the gap right now. Oh, you
Hey,
little bitch.
hey,
I'd be short when the video is at 130. 130 is just another pile of sold calls on the video. It's not like super supportive. And if the video slips 130, it's bearish as fuck. We're in a negative gamma environment. Why be bullish on anything? Unless there's a breakout above resistance, all of this is bearish. The MM's selling the downtick at like fucking $10 billion per dollar. More now, actually. It's probably about like $18 billion. I'm gonna get that lunch. Aha!
hey,
Yes. I did it. Get fucked, Bookmap. No, Bookmap actually sucks. It doesn't really tell you anything. It's just order flow. Please, God, don't pay them money. Must be nice to be able to eat lunch. Ha! I mean, with $53, I could eat lunch and maybe even buy eggs. Slow down now. Listen, man, if you can make $50 every trading day, that's like $14,000 a year. 14,300 something, 50, 350. 59.65. I really hope we test 50 today. That'd be dope. No, things get easier down here. We're below support. We fell under the bot puts at 85. There's bot puts at 75, 70, 65. More bot puts just came in at 65. And then sold put support at like 60 and 55 is dog shit, which means that the next big wall of sold puts is down at like 59.40. So it's bleeding, right? But if we lose the low, it's probably gonna dump. Like they're failing to build meaningful support here right now. I can live on that if I don't pay tax. You don't pay taxes on that amount of money. That's below the poverty level. I don't agree with that, but all this was to fill gaps from yesterday. The only open gap to the downside was on ES, and we filled that earlier. This isn't a very strong bounce. Low volume, just gap fill. Are you trying to track like market-wide gap fills? They're not that important. They're barely important on futures. They're definitely not important on equities. Todd with a very tenuous grip on his job. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, they're keeping it relatively stable here. There's still some bot calls at 59.95. Just making gamma right here is a bit jumpy. Well, between like 85 and 95, it's a bit jumpy. Below 85, it gets more negative. Wouldn't SQQQ to 110? That would take a very long time. I don't know why in the world you would go long SQQQ versus short TQQQ here. I know SQQQ split, but it's still shitty, right? It's significantly lower. Yeah, it's at like 29. It's garbage. Especially if you're trading options. I guess if you're buying the underlying. But a 3% move down on SQQ or TQQQ notionally is far bigger than a 3% move up on SQQQ right now. Also, shorting on TQQQ is benefited by the beta decay and the leverage of the fund. So either NVIDIA yeets the market or we implode. Could end up in that scenario. Might not matter. I mean, NVIDIA is just going to act as like a bellwether for confidence. I mean, NVIDIA can beat and still guide down, though. Everyone else has. Also, this is really the first like quarter where cracks are gonna show. So it could take more time. But chips are cyclical. The fun can only last so long. Hmm.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
$56.02, $56.07, somewhere in there. Hmm. Ooh, nasty rejection. Hmm. Some bot calls coming in at 6,000. Bot puts at 6,005. Well, see if we get support above 95. There should still be a little room for bulls to push up. It's like net synthetic log at the 95 strike. No, they haven't saved anything. You just have a little bit of support here. You gotta go a lot higher to save it. I wonder what RRP will be today. Should keep moving up. Especially if yields at the short end are fucking shorts. Should move up through most of this week. It's not gonna be crazy like next month's end of quarter, so that'll be a bit nuttier, but hold on 1 second. Yeah, Riley's fucking ripping. I'm up a lot on my fucking calls on it right now. Riley, now that's some dividend. Mm, it's a bit skewed.
Hey. Hey.
All right, let's see what happens here. Mm, Gamma flips down in 60-20 now. Some resistance at 60-10.
Hey.
If we get profit taking from the bulls here, it's going to pull the rug on the upside move. If they can stabilize it, though, they could try to build up a little bit more support. 6,000 is just not that supportive. NQ looks like it's still selling off. How's what up here? Is Riley ripping just on their announcement of actually releasing earnings? Yeah. Riley was in bearish consolidation, which should actually be bullish consolidation. I think that needs fixed. That's bearish consolidation. Yeah, they need to be renamed. I think when JFresh made it, he took like the meanings too literally, but they're actually inversed in practice. That's straightforward for Nuke to do, I believe. Yeah, it's not hard to switch it. MQ got a little bounce there.
Hey.
Test VWAP. Don't stay short here. Oh, well squeezed. That's going all the way up.
Hey. Hey.
That was fun. Actually.
Hey. Hey.
Gamma flips at 19. It's like a decent chance we test it. NQ still got some more room to move up to VWAP. Shishu on 34. Delta flips at 26. Still a little more room. I said they'd get squeezed and no one listened. You said that they got squeezed like 6 different times. You said they were getting squeezed here. You know there's timestamps of the shit you say. Don't make me do this. Aren't you gonna push up here? No. Hmm. I think he's gonna get more strikes overnight. I'm pretty sure its chain is open up to like $10. I don't know how many more strikes it'll get. I wanted to push up through 5 though. Five's a big deal. Jan? I think Jan 26. Yeah, Jan 26 already goes up to like $15. I might get more like weekly strikes. It goes up to 70. So maybe more strikes on the like weeklies and stuff if it breaks 5, but I think the OPEX expirations, yeah, they're open out till 10. The weeklies open out to 9:50 already. I put a trail stop on my options, but it is up nicely. Oh, looks like I got wicked out of them. Yeah, I got stopped out of them at 85 cents. I had the March 21 $5 ones. So I guess I got stopped out. Nah, I got stopped out like somewhere in here. It's not bad. I'll take it. I have a very big position. Like 25 contracts.
Hey,
Is the trail the dash line? Which dash line? I came in lost on Riley last week when you seemed disinterested. Guess I should have bought back after the 10Q. But that's what we were waiting on it. But now it's a question of if it gets over the sold call wall at $5, which it may not. Yeah, there's still a big fucking wall at 5. A lot of puts there now, which is a bit of an improvement. Definitely a shitload of puts at 4. Maybe if it gets over 5, I'll pick up some shares. I mean, before their failed merger and all their bullshit, they were trading at like $40, 23 to $40. So there's potentially a lot of room to the upside with a lot of bets starting to get resolved. Damn. That was a rough failure on fucking the gamma flip. Yes, failed VWAP too. A little bit of support at 10. If this fails again. Decent balance.
Hey. Hey.
I think it's still got a little bit of 20's resistance. A little bit of resistance here. I like that one. Suspended, back to halted. Okay, cool. Yeah, looks like it dropped pretty hard. Like I almost got there, 484. So for a billion input premium. How's this range for squeezing sold calls? Mm, hmm. There aren't very many sold calls here. How about like 630? There's some. And a lot above 650, but not too many down here. There's a lot of bot calls here at spot, which makes it like a little rug pulley, but it's not too bad. Support at 10. Bot puts coming in at 605, 6,000. Quite a lot of them too. So bears seem ready to try to catch this if it falls more. So we need to lose like 608, 608, 607. We'll see how bad profit taking goes. There's still time. Probably chop here for a bit though. There's bot calls at 15, 20, and 25. NQ's retesting the 21.6 level. If that fails, we might pull back a little. What do you do in England? I was moved to London for 3 years for a role with my company. I don't know. Go on Sherlock Holmes tours. Could you look at WKC for me? I think it might break out. I'm under the impression that the break of 30 was a big deal, monthly, weekly. Yeah, I can take a look. Let me see if we have options data on it. I don't. So I'll just have to give you what I think of that. Technicals. No, I don't think the break at 30 was that big of a deal. Maybe a little bit positionally, but like 31, 31.75 seems more important. It looks good though. I mean, looks like it's reversing. 31.75 and then 35.13 would be upside. Important upside resistance. Yeah. PQQ's not doing as well. Brett does a little bit better today. Tech's underperforming. Which probably means Dow's overperforming. Yeah. Dow's kicking ass. Yeah, no problem, man. Let me show you on the chart. So like you wanna look at this breakout level, what the prior resistance was, and then you wanna look up here, like 30, really like 35, 36, 37, 80. Like there's three. So you probably want to put some lines there. Those are all going to probably be some resistance to the upside, especially after such a long period of drawdown. Fortunately, this already tested a little higher and then sold off, so this test should be stronger. See if buyers come in at like 31.50, 32. That'll be important for it to continue to move to the upside. Feeling the gamma flip right now. Or, well, at least testing it. Slid a little bit below it. There's some puts here. Hmm. Nice, so you got those levels marked off. Cool. Yeah, and then risk would be like a failure of the local low. Just like a dollar below spot. Gherkin, I'm barely here, and I even made money on Baba puts and TQQQ. I'm like 5 or a 5 on TQQ over the past year, yet I rarely play it. I'm gonna lose it all on DGen stuff, like buying GS eventually. Well, ideally, GS would help you make more money, not less. Which would be the opposite of degenerate. We need to get sponsored by Etnies. Can we get a calf shoe cam? I would never wear Etnies. I can't read though, and a GS membership doesn't include hand-holding, does it? No. No, that's true. Does GS secretly stand for Gooneric Society? No comment. At this time. Report ES. No. Osiris. Osiris and DC. God, I've gotten so old. Now we're like Hokas and New Balance. Has nothing to do with GameStop. MWCS. No, I don't have any Skechers shape-ups. Wish. I thought they stopped making those because they, like, severed people's Achilles tendons. Wait, Hoka has loafers? I didn't even fucking know that. That's what I'm gonna call you from now on. MWCSR. Your name's too long. I like your Discord name better. Did you ever a K-Swiss? No. As long as you're still aware of the fashion. I look at Zoomers and I think it must be fashion, but I don't get it like I used to. How? They're just wearing Jenkos now. They're literally wearing Jenkos and skate shoes again. It's gone a full 360. You've never been more in touch with current fashion than at this very moment. The Hoka Aura is disgusting looking, but it's so comfortable around the house and helped with my Achilles rupture recovery. I have Birkenstocks for around the house. Sometimes I just go barefoot like a savage. I have corduroy Birkenstocks. Some of us aren't wealthy enough for Jenkos. Psst, I hear that. Gherkin stocks? Wasn't that a stream card one time? I really hope this turns out to be a Head and Shoulders. Dude, what is going on with NQ? Stop pumping, you bitch. There, that's better. I don't like Crocs. Do you have a pair of ice cream sneakers? I don't know what that is. You have like 7 Roombas. Your floor should be clean enough to go barefoot. I only have 4 Roombas. And the mop ones are retarded. You block Origin, Dave. Trump, I'm in serious discussions with Russia's Putin on ending war and major economic development transaction, which will take place between the United States and Russia. Truth Social post. Yeah, Russia's always been such a great ally that hasn't just cost us tons of money. They're the best. What's wrong with good old fashioned like flaunting our Levi's at them? Does Russia have eggs? Trump's not switching sides. He's always been on that side. Hmm. I ate 3 over medium eggs yesterday and have a scratchy throat. Did they get me with the bird flu? Maybe. Mexico has eggs. Curious. Send Elon to drain their swamp. It's frozen. Oh, your government's collapsing? In Russia, we call that Tuesday. Trump's always just had a hard on for Putin. He likes autocratic dictators. But like the kind that still put on faux elections. It's like, oh look, 99% of the people love me. Trump would love that. That would be that's his happy place. It's simpler than that. Putin gave him a lot of money. No, the Russian mob gave him a lot of money. Whether or not they're owned by Putin, who knows? You express your opinion and your thoughts and feelings on the sovereign wealth fund thing. I talked about it in the stream yesterday. It's been the long-standing goal of the Republican Party to forcibly seize the means of production on behalf of the people, right? The proletariat are finally rising up and being given their communal seat at the table with the bourgeois. All hail communism. Yeah, it's never really communism. Have you read Animal Farm? It just looks like communism, and then later on you find out it's really very drastically different. Didn't they make you read Animal Farm in like fucking middle school? Poopy, you wanted this. This is your dream. Not anymore. Probably banned now. Yeah, but just like in the last 60 days. You guys aren't fucking 12 years old. It's just socialism, but with extra pores. I'm sure some kids read. Not every kid is just like a degenerate TikTok watching piece of shit, right? Most kids are, but not all of them. So it's like probably like some good ones. Yeah, there's definitely parents out there that are like, fuck you, no phone, read a book. Yeah, but that's always been the case. Most people, useless. Yeah, but they're your offspring, Poopy, so it's like, you're really just balancing shit out, honestly. Those people, your future, Stasi. Come on now. My kids don't have phones, and they have to read so much to get tablet access. My parents used to make me read books and then write a book report if I wanted to play video games. It had to be like 1,000 words. I think people naturally have a desire to learn things, not just doom scroll TikTok. There'll still be people that want to know stuff. All of us vaccinated people at least with our autism will feel a compulsive need to know things, more things than they've ever wanted to know or actually need to know, in a really obsessive and unhealthy way. So there's always that to fall back on. Vaccine gang, rise up. And now that society's bringing back natural selection, we're even better off. We'll survive longer because no measles or polio. So the dream is a family of economists. Ew. To truly live out ironically by providing nothing to the economy, like a real economist. Money philosophers. Do you pretend you're Plato? Or Keynes. Dork, remember when you were gonna vote for RFK? I play with Plato, but I'm not sure who Plato is. Oh god. Calling me Keynes is almost as bad as saying I watch Fox News. It's not like you're gonna train them in the Austrian method and have them read papers from obscure Japanese economists, which are all amazing, by the way. Japan has the best economists and the worst economy. They don't listen to any of them. I thought you hated all economists. Pretty much, yeah. That doesn't mean there aren't different grades of economists. What do some of these papers discuss? I forget who wrote my favorite one, but there's one that's like basically like instead of having a corporate tax, you have a corporate disbursement of ownership to the populace. And so when you form a corporation under the government, that corporation has to distribute its ownership to some degree among the populace. It's kind of like socialism, but it's cooler. So they get to keep like, 50% of whatever they built, but the other 50% goes to the people. And that creates like basically like a giant government slush fund that pays out dividends to all the citizens of the country, who can then use that money to invest more in corporations or buy products from those corporations. NQ got a little pop here. Pretty bullish looking. There's resistance on SPX at 30. Like a little bit. It's not like a sovereign wealth fund. Sovereign wealth funds are stupid. No, not Keiretsu. Keiretsu's like companies built around banks. They're all just kind of tied together. Is the Fort Knox gold still there? Who gives a shit? Where else would it be? Actually, it's probably in New York City. Did you guys ever watch fucking Die Hard? All the gold's in New York. Like all of the world's gold. Yeah, Norway does okay with it. Norway doesn't have 36 trillion debt either. That's true. Yeah, part of a sovereign wealth fund being useful is having low or no national debt. Gold bars got replaced with baby Ruths 60 years ago. The debt's already monetized, Bob. You can't monetize something that's monetized. Stupid. Riley's up like fucking 38% today. Why wouldn't we just you mean why don't we destroy our debt? Brazil did it. Worked out for them. You buying more BTU? Selling some puts at 15. Oh fuck, is Riley gonna break $5? This shit's gonna like squeeze. Is the range on Riley above $5? Ah. Gets to positive gamma around 15. Gamma neutral's at 1250. It's technically got like two gamma maxes, one at 15 and one at 2250. We're well below GN on SPX, right? Yeah, about $75 below it. How do you think bulls can pump this today? Well, this is 30s like the sold call wall. It'll depend on profit taking here. Most of this is supported by bot calls, which isn't very supportive generally. They truncate the third decimal place once the stock's price is over $5 to keep spreads relatively the same. Really weird to have like fractional spreads on a stock that's trading at like $100. And technically, that decimal's still there. It's just not displayed. No, it doesn't. Not in any meaningful way. I know it's down, but the COVID crash likeness is getting me overly bearish. I mean, I think the biggest similarity between, like, honestly, the biggest similarity between this and the COVID crash is that there's just a distinct lack of buyers at higher prices. Well, the thing is people are buying bonds, right? And as they accumulate more and more bonds and the value of those bonds goes up, they need to hedge those bonds by being long volatility, which drives the forward returns, mm, the returns on the forward convexity of volatility higher. So yes, so they're you have equity put sellers that are trying to fight the bond market picking up their hedge. Which, if anything, should just lead to like a bunch of realized volatility. Can you explain that dumber? Okay, well, bonds are generally inverse equities, right? So if people sell equities to buy bonds, then volatility will rise. And so you get, if you're holding a portfolio full of bonds, you want to be hedged against rises in volatility to go long vol. If the yield on long vol is positive, you are encouraged to long volatility. And so the more people that are generating demand for long vol, the more vol will rise to meet that demand. And volatility, while it can only drop so much, it can rise infinitely. So demand for long vol promulgates more demand for long vol. And that's kind of reflexive as the yield on volatility turns positive. So while like VIX going down might seem like an opportunity for short vol to pile in even more, it's also an opportunity for people who need to go long vol to go longer vol. No problem, Buff. Have a good one, man. So I'm looking at yields today. Mostly flat, but you gotta watch. I mean, the belly of the curve's moving down. $340 is a big support for Tesla. Okay, I covered Tesla Pickles picks yesterday. Support at 330, 320. I think it's over 355, bullish. Just staring at the 10-year. Well, fair enough. Yeah, if the bear steepener kicks back up while we're trading down here, it'll probably get really ugly. 75's probably out of reach by end of day. Give me a second. Yeah, I know we're over the delta float. Uh, uh, you're kidding yourself if you don't think this is going to 80 today. Yeah, I don't. Huh. Yeah, Riley's starting to look very good. Riley's had an interesting setup for a while. That's why we've talked about it for so long. But like they hadn't addressed a bunch of the concerns with their debt and the failed buyout and how they were going to manage that. And then they sold a bunch of assets a little while back, which helped them get rid of some of that debt. But they hadn't filed earnings, which now they have. Riley's not. That's fucking weird. I wouldn't full port it. It's risky. But it's broken out. Yeah, but what's really interesting on Rally is like the gamma profile. See, as it starts to get above $5, gamma falls off really, really fucking like the negative gamma falls off really fast. Things kind of flatten out around 7, but it could keep moving positive. And then like it has like two gamma maxes, kind of. It has like one at 15 and one at like 2250. And I think those are out on like the bleep expirations. But it's kind of interesting. It's an interesting setup, at least. I think people have been selling like in the money puts on it for a while. So those plus the calls getting squeezed out at 5 could kind of. Might see it move higher. Gamma max is up at like $10. Gamma neutral's at 852. How long of a play do you think Riley is? I mean, I don't know if they'll turn their shit around or not. They were moderately they were like a moderately okay fund in the past. I think you missed like a big chunk of the move already. I mean, if you're trying to play the breakout at 5, I would probably get a lot of theta. I would get a lot of theta and go like out of the money, like leaps. The last time they had some moderately decent news, they went up quite a bit, starting from a very, very low point. But the stock's already up, what, like 100%? Gotta be pretty close. 85% in 2 days. Let's see what the volume gets to. Right now, it's like 13 million volume. They have a very small float, too. Um, I think shares outstanding's 15 million. It's a tiny, tiny float. Yeah, it could be fun. They've been clearing that up, and they just released their earnings reports, and now there's, no more question or conspiracy about their prior earnings. They had held back multiple earnings reports, which is one of the reasons their price of the stock tanked. When will Bobby shares be made whole again? Well, never. They're gone. They don't do that. That's not a thing. That's a song by The Who, Garrison. Anyway. Supports at 20. Trump's talking with Macron, but I can't find anything live. Alright. Well, I'm sure we'll get a report on it or a briefing. Ugh. Any chance to test 5980 again today? We could. It's not out of the question. 90, 80, 70. We're all still pretty viable. Need to lose a lot of support, but it's definitely not impossible. I just bought Riley at 5. Oh boy. They haven't paid out a dividend since like Jan of 2024, by the way. Riley at $5 person can join H's and at least 2 others purchases of Fubo over $5. I feel like I've been talking about Riley for a long time. But it's just getting over $5 now. It has range. I mean, they're definitely not worth as much as they used to be. But I can imagine interest will pick up on it a bit. People get interested after the stock runs 50%. Well, 80 in this case. But yeah, I know. I know how people go. Fortunately, there's still a lot of people stuck in Riley at like 10 and $20 a share. So it probably won't run into a lot of sellers. At least not right away. Confirmation. Yeah, I mean, it has to break 5 to do anything even remotely bullish, so. And I'm sure there's going to be a ton of repositioning today, given that it's up, what, almost 50% since open. Hmm. Fortunately, there's a lot of bag holders, so now it's time to load up more bag holders. Exactly. SCX back to test 6K. We could. I mean, 20 and 10 are both a little bit supportive to the downside here, but yeah, it's not impossible. Rally got sandbagged at 528. We have an auction. Mm, 2 year. There was a tail on it too. Good to cover 2.56, 69 billion sold, 60.91% at the high. 7.64 direct, 6.87 primary, indirect 85%. Trump, Putin will accept European peacekeepers. France's President Macron, Russia froze and assets will be part of discussion. We can take proceeds from frozen Russian assets. Yeah, that makes sense. Apparently the meeting's closed to the press, so I guess there's somebody relaying shit. And there'll be a press conference in 51 minutes. Tail's the new norm. We're getting a lot of them. Bond market doesn't agree with the prices. But that doesn't get rid of currency risk. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can grab some lunch and then be back in time for the press conference. Do you guys want me to leave GS up? Yeah? Okay. I'll be right back. Head and shoulders. Hmm.
Good settlement between various countries. And you're talking about Europe, and you're talking about Ukraine as part of that whole situation. The other side has a lot of support also. So let's see how it all works out. It might work out. Look, you can never make up lives. The one thing you can make up the money, but you can't make up the lives. A lot of lives lost. I think probably a lot more lives than people are talking about. It's been a rough war. But I think we're close to getting it solved. Go ahead.
Joseph, do you think that Doge could benefit from more streamlined communications? There was that email telling employees to do 5 things that they've done last week. Agency heads then told people to ignore it.
You're talking about the last email that was sent, where he wanted to know what you did this week. You know why he wanted that, by the way? I thought it was great. Because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows that they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. They're trying to, that's how badly various parts of our government were run by, and especially by this last group. So what they're doing is they're trying to find out who's working for the government. Are we paying other people that aren't working? And where is all that? Where's the money going? We have found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud so far, and we just started. We're actually going to Fort Knox to see if the gold is there. Because maybe somebody stole the gold. Tons of gold.
Some of the
Horseshit, show us.
So I think it was actually, there was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people, please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Some of the agency has instructed their employees not to respond. They're waiting on further guidance. But Elon Musk's tweet said a failure to respond would be taken as a resignation. So there's been a disconnect in communication.
If they go into Fort Knox and the gold is gone, they stole the gold.
Only things such as perhaps Marco at State Department where they have very confidential things, or the FBI where they're working on confidential things. And they don't mean that in any way combatively with Elon. They're just saying there are some people that you don't want to really have them tell you what they're working on last week. But other than that, I think everyone thought it was a pretty ingenious idea. We have to find out where these people are. Who are they? And we said if you don't respond, we assume you're not around.
That holds, that stands.
And you're not getting paid anymore, too. So, we're doing a real job. And we just had a poll come out against a Harvard poll saying that it's massively popular what we're doing.
Mr. President, do you still believe in NATO, in the alliance?
Listen, Dave, we don't have to watch Trump if he would stop saying crazy shit that prints our puts.
When I first got elected at the very beginning, first term, I got hundreds of billions of dollars put into NATO. NATO had no money because they hadn't paid for years. And I said, look, if you don't pay and we're not going to be a part of NATO, we're not going to protect, we're not going to do what we're supposed to do. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars into NATO. No, NATO is a good thing if it's done properly and if it's used properly.
Mr. President, in these days you speak a lot about tariff in Canada, in Mexico, and in Europe. I want to know what is your idea about Italy, if you want to make the same thing.
What? Can you talk up a little bit?
In these days.
No, louder. Can you talk a little louder? You have a beautiful voice, but you're not.
In these days you speak.
Where are you?
Well, this is an Associated Press stream, and they're really not allowed in the Oval Office, so
I want to make
I think he's trying to be sneaky.
the same idea with Italy about tariff.
Well, look, I love Italy, and Italy is a very important nation. We have a wonderful woman as your leader
The only time Fort Knox was important
today, one that we had, the G7.
was when we were on the gold standard
He's doing very well. I think
and in that James Bond movie.
with Georgia.
Monsieur le Président, qu'est-ce que vous répondez au président Trump qui a dit que les Français et les Britanniques n'étaient pas
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Can you clarify what you meant in your truth today on the major economic development transactions between the U.S. and
Huh?
Russia? Any more
With
details?
respect to what?
Goldfinger.
In selling a peace deal, you said there
Die Hard's about the New York like the gold reserve in New York, which is international. That's not our gold.
Economic development deals. They have a lot of things that we want, and we'll see.
I'm pretty sure that Animaniacs went to Fort Knox as well. Die Hard didn't go to Fort Knox. God damn it.
Rare earth. It's a very large. It's actually the largest in terms of land. It's by far the largest country, and they have very valuable things that we could use, and we have things that they could use, and it would be very good if we could do that.
That's
I
the-
think it would be a very good thing for world peace and lasting peace. Well, I mean, our first, by far, our first thing that we want to do, the first element of the overall transaction is ending the war. But if, just as we're doing.
That's the New York Fed building.
Economic development in terms of Russia and getting things that we want, something like that would be possible, yes. Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you explain the rationale in having the U.S. vote against the UN resolutions that Ukraine proposed and also the U.S. proposed?
I would rather not explain it now, but it's sort of self-evident, I think.
Mr. President, first, what about increasing the tariffs on products from the European Union? Is that still something you want to do today?
Well, it's not increasing, it's reciprocal. So whatever they charge us.
What's the problem, Dork? Is it that he's coming through on a mono audio channel?
We charge them 20%. If they charge us.
Or that he's 30 feet away from the microphone?
do that too. So that would be on European Union, but that really would be with respect to everybody. It's reciprocity. So reciprocal. Whatever they charge us, we charge them. Nobody has a problem. Even you, as the union, have a problem. Right?
Mr. President, are you thinking of going to Moscow soon? Maybe in May for the 9th of May for the
I
anniversary?
mean, not soon, but I would be certainly, if this all gets settled out, which I think it will, sure, I would go.
On the 9th of
And
May?
I'm not going to stop eating my string cheese,
On the
Dork.
I don't know the 9th of May, no, I think that's pretty soon. But no, at the appropriate time, I would go to Moscow.
When do you see the war with
I think the war could end soon.
How soon?
Within weeks.
Weeks?
Yeah.
At
I
what
think so.
price for
Don't
Ukraine?
you think so? I'd like to ask that you. I think we could end it within weeks if we're smart. If we're not smart, it'll keep going and we'll keep losing young, beautiful.
I eat string cheese like a Slim Jim, no poles. Gross.
And remember what I said. This could escalate into a third world war.
Tell Dork the air mixer says turn up the gain and stop complaining.
Steve Witkoff suggested a temporary ceasefire in the conflict, but the Russian government has denied that out of hand. Do you worry that they're not dealing in good faith?
No, I think they, at some point will agree to that. I think they probably wanted to. And I think once you have a ceasefire, it's going to end because they're not going from a ceasefire back to war. I think people have had their full. I'm just glad
Trump just said we're losing in the Ukraine. I'm buying a put.
Until I came along, Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't communicate with his own child. So Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't. It was terrible. He hadn't spoken to Putin in 3 years. You're trying to end the war. People are being killed. Every week, thousands of people are being killed. Soldiers, in this case, mostly. Also towns, as missiles go in and back and forth. No, it's a shame. This should have never happened. This is a very sad, this is going to go down in the history books. This is a very sad moment because that should have been stopped. That should have never started. And if it did start, it should have stopped the first week, not 3 years later. Okay?
What do you think is right for Ukraine?
Je vais répondre sur l'homme Juste, je pense que plusieurs questions de votre collègue qui ont été posées en français et qui rejoignent les questions posées par les collègues américains. D'abord, cette discussion est utile et construire la paix est une nécessité.
Does Macron not speak English?
Il y a aujourd'hui une capacité de dissuasion qui est restaurée et que c'est ce que veut dire le président Trump quand il dit il n'y aura plus de problème. Je pense que la force du réengagement américain aujourd'hui, c'est en quelque sorte l'incertitude aussi pour le président Poutine. Et donc il y a une capacité de dissuasion qui est là, qui permet de sceller d'abord sans doute une trêve.
It's not like Quebecois. Okay, don't.
Et ensuite un accord de paix qui
No,
permettra de reconstruire l'Ukraine et de lui apporter aussi les garanties de sécurité. Dans le cadre de ces garanties de sécurité,
I don't care if his wife's a man. Who gives a shit?
Et donc, on verra à ce moment-là de la discussion, je ne veux pas la préempter, ce qui est nécessaire pour que l'Ukraine puisse rester un pays souverain. Et d'ailleurs, dans les discussions entre l'Ukraine et les États-Unis d'Amérique, il y a cette question d'une souveraineté ukrainienne.
I can understand a little bit of
Et
it.
donc, nous, ce que nous avons préparé, en particulier avec nos partenaires britanniques, dans le cadre d'un travail très étroit qu'on a mené ces dernières semaines, et partagé avec tous les pays européens et alliés qui sont prêts à s'y joindre, c'est l'idée de dire on est prêt à apporter ces garanties de sécurité.
His wife was his nanny when he was 8?
Elles doivent être définies
That sounds
par,
very French.
Par l'accord. Ça peut aller jusqu'à l'envoi, comme l'a dit le président, de troupes qui iront observer que la paix est bien respectée, qui iront se positionner, pas sur la ligne de front, pas pour justement, en quelque sorte, être dans le conflit, mais marquer une présence comme une garantie. Il y a d'autres moyens de soutenir, qui peuvent être des soutiens accrus et capacitaires à l'armée, des structures nouvelles. Et je pense aussi
Hood
que
doubles
l'accord
over a
qui est
few
discuté
months. Why did Gamma
dans
Delta
la
not really change? We can take a look at
en
it.
ce moment, c'est aussi montrer que
I mean, buying in the
nous
underlying
avons
is still a
une
thing that
unité
happens.
européen et américain. Et donc avec
I mean,
une-
Gamma
comme garantie que
changed
les Américains,
relative
par la
to
Constitution,
each
sur une
expiration, but Delta went up a lot. I mean, Delta went from like
That is the most beautiful language.
negative 1.23 billion all the way out to like 5.3 billion. So it picked up almost 4 billion in Delta over the course of 4 months. That's quite a lot for a stock with a market cap that low.
We have deterrence capabilities that have been
And then, Gamma comes in and falls off much more quickly. Most Gamma's concentrated around the nearest expiration at any given time.
We have deterrence which will allow a truce to
They are touching hands.
verification of that truce, and then a peace agreement can be put in place so that we can
have a role to play.
This dude's just filming the ceiling.
Any discussions, but we've spoken about Ukraine's sovereignty, and that has been a subject of discussion
Hot, gay.
between the U.S. and Ukraine. We have also
French.
been working closely
Not-
with our British partners this week. We've shared this information with other European countries.
Now they're
and we
filming
already
Macron's
know
hands.
provide those security guarantees, which
Notice how they're normal sized. Are they gonna film Trump's hands? Yeah, there we go.
maintain peace. They would not be
Down
along
to-
the front line.
down
They
and
would
film-
not be
film his
involved in
hands.
conflict. They would be there to ensure that the peace is respected.
This cameraman is the best.
Other capacity building, perhaps for the military. We see U.S. credibility here. We each have our roles to play, but it will be done in a united fashion.
Tiny hands.
Mr. President, do you think that Ukraine should give up a part of its territory?
I'm glad he got the hands in
What
frame.
we're gonna see, it's a negotiation that's just starting, and, you know, they've been fighting, and.
How drunk is this
There's a lot of
guy?
that's been taken, so we'll have to see how that works.
I knew he was gonna go for the hand shot.
I will say there was great unity in that room today, via Skype or whatever. but-
Meat Shield? I don't think Meat Shield's at this meeting.
In that room with the other-
Elon left him at CPAC.
Territory is back. Can they take it back?
Did you guys not see the video I posted?
Last year.
That's not an easy thing to do, is it, right? It's not an easy, it's asking whether or not.
Yeah, no one knows where Meat Shield
take
is
back
now.
the land that they lost. And I say that, yeah, perhaps some of it, yeah, I hope so. But that's not an easy thing to do.
But not everything.
It's gonna be something we're talking about.
Will you convince Vladimir Putin to accept the European troops as peacekeeper? Will you think?
Yeah, he will accept that.
What's Meat Shield? Elon Musk's kid.
I've asked him that question.
He said
X, whatever.
If we do this deal, he's not looking.
Triple X.
Won't worry, doesn't mind, but I've.
Baby Diesel? I don't know what the fuck his name is.
He has no problem with it.
Is France going to lift the block on the 300 billion in frozen Russian assets in Belgium? France has imposed on
He left him on the tarmac, leaving a plane. He left him on stage at CPAC. He just fucking walked off. Fucking like little kids like wandering around on the stairs and shit.
To back precisely the loans.
Yeah,
negotiated
his
with
name is
Ukraine.
Meat Shield.
And it's part of the sanctions, so it will depend on the follow-up of the discussions. But clearly we respect international law. It's just frozen assets now. You can take the proceeds of the frozen assets, but you cannot take the assets themselves because it's not respecting international law, and we want to respect international law.
Who's gonna take the rap name Insemination?
Because it's very different. You keep the assets, you take the proceeds because they are paralyzed in a certain way. You take the proceeds during the wartime, but you keep the assets, and it's part of the negotiation at the end of the war. Because, I mean, this war costed all of us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia, because the aggressor is Russia. So at the end of the day, this frozen asset should be part of the negotiation. All in all.
Will France support the U.S. being compensated?
I support the idea to have Ukraine first being compensated because they are the ones who have lose a lot of their fellow citizens and being destroyed by these attacks. Second, all of those who paid for will be compensated, but not by Ukraine, by Russia, because they were the one to aggress.
Again, just so you understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money. To be clear, we have 230 billion frozen assets in Europe, Russian assets, but this is not as a collateral of a loan because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day, in the negotiation we will have with Russia, they're ready to give it to us, super. It will be loan at the end of the day, and Russia would have paid for that.
If you
This is my
believe
wish.
that, it's okay with me.
Mr.
But
President,
they get their money back, we don't, and now we do. But, you know, that's
We
only
will fight
fair.
both.
Mr. President, should be Russia to be the one that pays everybody back? Are they the aggressor?
Well, we're negotiating everything, and everything's on the table, and we'll see if we can get some land back, and we'll see about a lot of different things. And we're going to be making a little speech and say a few words in a little while. We're going to have another meeting, a luncheon meeting, and we'll see you in about 2 hours. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred. Moving out. Moving out, cameras. Thank you. Thanks, guys. All right, head out.
When Gherkin said Meat Shield, I think he was referring to a pickle jar member.
Right here, moving out. Cameras, right out the door.
No. Meat Crayon? Yeah, there was a pickle jar person called Meat Crayon. But no, Meat Shield is like Elon's little Kevlar child. I thought about calling him Kevlin, but it didn't make as much sense. I don't give a shit what his name actually is, frankly, Fresh. And honestly, that's stupider than Meat Shield. He just left the little fucker behind. Like this. Oh wait, no.
We don't have too many, but that one is a good one. No, I watched this
Here's
rocket
Elon.
come down about 3 months ago.
You're leaving a little boy.
And I think it was
Little Meat Shield.
talking to somebody on the phone.
Just fucking left him over there.
We don't have too many, but that one is a good one. No, I watched this rocket come down about 3 months ago.
You're leaving a little boy.
And I think it was talking to somebody on the phone.
You know that's edited, right? You know you're an idiot, Bob. Edited what? To be shorter? Did Elon eventually remember that he lost his kid? I don't think the part where Elon left his kid behind was edited. The sun is fine. He has a really high armor rating and stamina, although he's more vulnerable to magic damage. Mr. Respec his talismans. How does he have custody of any of his children? He still just walked off and fucking left him. You don't get 10 steps ahead of your 3-year-old. Do you have kids, Bob? What kind of shit parent are you? Stop arguing. You're making the market sad. That's perfect. Just pick the little fucker up. No, I didn't have any soup. I haven't actually had any food yet. I had a cheese stick and some salami, but I was cooking something else. Apparently there's going to be a full press conference in like 12 minutes, so like another one with Macron and Trump. Maybe this one will have better audio. Ooh, Delta flip test. That's pretty cool. Welcome back to Billionaire Maple. Here's the song. Oh, that's really loud.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
It's not worth watching if they switch the camera guy. The meeting with Macron definitely won't have better videography. It might. It's a different news agency. Can you get the same camera operator? No. Ooh, Diamond's making some comments. We see consumers are kind of back, almost going to normal. U.S. government is inefficient and needs a lot of work. Thanks, Jamie Dimon. Hmm. I can't wait for Trump or Putin to just hit some European American joint forces with a fucking missile. Then we get World War III. Nice. Whose side are we going to be on? I wonder. Trump to announce tariffs on cheese and wine. What did Trump say? I don't know. I couldn't understand him. Switzerland, they had it too good for too long. Hmm. Billionaire coupon, please? Yeah, sure. Oh, no. Never mind. I'm out of freebies. What the fuck? The penicillin mold used to make it is going extinct. Brie or blue? I'm gonna go check out my food. I'll be right back. Yep, more down. Ooh, we lost 20. Nasty. Excellent. Hmm. Jay Bats, welcome to Cornish-on, man. Thank you so much. NQ moving back to test 21.6. Fuck yeah, dude. Rug this bitch. We slipped it there for a second, yeah. Tested 1785. We didn't like lose the support, but it's becoming less supportive. I don't know if ruggies should be expected today. I mean, this shit looks terrible. I don't know if we have enough time left, but it does, Bob. It does. What the fuck? Upgrade to what? Hmm. The bull bear trap all along. This looks choppy. Lower high, bounce on the back end of distribution, maybe. Futures is still holding like slightly above yesterday's close. Or about Friday's close. The bulls aren't like well positioned at all. How did bears lose the advantage earlier? when we drop below 80. Combination of profit taking and shitloads of puts being sold. No, it's kind of the same thing on either side of the coin, but yeah. Am I? Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's kind of boring. Let's see if I can look out a little further. End of this week. Getting a shitload of bot puts to the downside though still. And pretty much all the calls above 35 are now sold. $6,000 and $59.50 are major supports. There's like end of this week. There's 8,800 bot puts at $59.75. I want to pirate Gamma Strike. All right, man. How? You're just gonna wear a pirate hat while you buy it? Will Gamma Strike be releasing a DLC? Yeah, we're adding some filters in like a couple weeks. I think I think both of them might be available to the lower tier. Don't quote me on it yet, but I think they will be. What the fuck is wrong with you, C-Mill? I'm only here so I can learn as much about Gamma Strike, so I can pay an office of Indian devs to remake it for $12. I'm gonna call it Curry Strike. Good luck. GS documentation is kind of funny. 1, 2, and options, a contract for 100 shares. 1, 3. Here's how Black Scholes works. Seems fine. Curry Strike sounds Sikh. What's for 59.10? That's basically how college courses work, right? Yeah. There was once a team of engineers in the pickle jar that tried to like reverse engineer stupid shit me and Dork were making. They all failed. And I feel like they were pretty qualified. To be fair, I didn't give them all the information they needed. But still. What would it take for SCX to test 5,900 in the next 2 days? Oh, that's easy. It just needs to go down $120. I once tried that and blew up a $6 million REIT. Nice. Gamma Strike be releasing a game like paper trading, but with simulated violence and crafting? Yes. What GitHub? Sinbad, you've been doing this long enough to know that the only way we go to 5,900 is if you full port 6,100 calls. We finna dump? I mean, yeah, we're kind of bleeding off a little bit. I don't know about dump. There's pretty big support at 60.10 and still at 59.90. But the in the money calls are closing out, like the bot calls from earlier today. 17 probably dropped to 10. Jeffers called for 59.30 end of week. Is he right this time? I don't know. 59.30 is possible end of week. Did OCC drop that article on Friday? I think the first like open discussion of it was on Friday. What's all the new zero GT margin requirement shenanigans? Higher margin requirements for zero GTs. You still leg into the idiot trade based off positioning behind gamma walls on live data? No, I think the idiot trade was before we had live data. Do you dare make me go read a DTCC or OCC document? Why not? Who would have eyes on Jensen's outfit or accessories? Yeah, makes selling vol riskier. Also harder to sell as much, but those changes won't go into effect until like September. The solution's simpler than you think. Just don't sell 0 DTE contracts. Why doesn't a video look like a wet bag of dog shit? I did a pretty good write-up on the video last night in the Pickles Picks. I tried to remove my absolute hatred of the stock by being as honest and unbiased as I could be about their current situation. It was hard. I had to delete it a few times. How will they stabilize price with massive amounts of gamma if no sell 0 DTE? They won't. I mean, they'll still sell 0 DTEs, just less of them. Can they sell 1 GTEs and dodge the margin changes? Yeah, but you don't get as much gamma. You get way less gamma, actually. So they could dodge the margin requirements while not being able to protect their position by just selling more. I mean, the way net margin requirements work right now, basically, if they go underwater on their short puts, they can just sell short puts until they're no longer underwater. And that won't work if they're selling 1 DTEs. They'll get blown up far more often. That's why they're all freaking out about it and pushing back against it. Learned how to create workflows with data scrubbers and AI agents. Automated my estimates, plans, and contracts. Nice. Are they wrong? Are you making sure they're not wrong? Yeah, I don't know. The press conference keeps getting delayed. Oh, look. On our way to 60-10, like I said. Wait, was that not shocked enough? We're waiting for the McDonald's delivery. Yeah, him and Macron are going to enjoy a Big Mac together. Bloomberg feed says 37 minutes till the presser video starts. Yeah, it said an hour twice, and now one of those hours is down to 37 minutes. I'm not acknowledging the Royale with cheese. What's up, Nuke? DMs? But you didn't send me anything. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I gotta make sure people can't see what I'm doing. Have you ever been tested for cooties? Oh, I have the cootie shot. Circle, circle, dot, dot, the whole deal. I don't know. I think Trump likes being touched. It's probably the first human physical contact he's had in years. Dude, bro, Stormy, that was in fucking 2006. Is that vid of him and Elon's toes, though? That's true. Fantastic. Do you like the movie Hot Fuzz? It's pretty funny. Whatever happened to him? Did he just quit? I always wanted to write a coffee table book. JFresh is publishing one of AI penises. Simon Pegg. What's he been in? Oh, he's in the next Mission Impossible movie. But that's like his only credit since 2020. The fuck? He's 55. Oh, he's making movies. Most of them Ice Age Adventures. Something about a talking mongoose. He plays Phineas Nigellus Black in Hogwarts Legacy, the video game. On the 0 DTE, we're in positive gamma. End of day dumpies? I don't know. We're kind of in between maybe that happening and it probably not. I would say right now, if ES falls below VWAP, we might close closer to like 59.95 or 6,000. We still have time. You're way too monotone right now. I need you to get jacked to the tits. But I can't because I can't tell anyone about it yet. I have to push it down, like childhood trauma. You say that, but then, like, tomorrow you're gonna be like, it's ready. Show everyone. You gonna tease us Thursday? Maybe. I should go work at my real job. Oh no. This whole 5-hour bender. Did you just find like an empty conference room? I saw that, Mike. What happens to SPX if Trump comes out of the room with Macron holding hands again and announces he's now gay? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. He'll lose some of his base. What if they come out fully docked? Ew. God. Even for me, that's a bit much. This isn't Google search. The first part of this week's gonna be so fucked. Just stupid, boring. I want violence. Do you think Trump is circumcised? I don't want to think about it. Impeachment right away. No trial. I mean, if at least if Trump announces that he's gay, like all kinds of like Proud Boys and militia members can come out of the closet. So Stormy said it looked like a toad. Huh. Like it was bumpy? Apparently, Elon's dick doesn't even work. It's like a baby carrot, size and color. They're called Proud Boys for a reason. I know. No, like Toad the Mario character. Hey, are you still watching it? Mm-hmm. That's why I don't have the... That's why I don't have... Doesn't look like it. That's why I don't have the window open. You don't have a shit-eating grin pinned from ear to ear. I'm trying to like compare it with other services, so it's more of a concentration thing. It's it's pretty fast. It's faster than the output I'm getting on TradingView. Which is nuts. We're fucking tuned. Will it move my lines randomly? Only if we can code it perfectly. No. Let's show the candles before it happens. No. Code it perfectly? I don't think you have the right talent on the team for that. I'm going to take that as a compliment. You can time him out if you want to, Nick. I'm not going to stop you. You fucking what, mate? I had to time out Poopy on the Discord. He messaged me to get around his timeout. I gotta time him out here, too. There we go. What's up, Popcorn? Am I sorry? For what? I forgot I had Beyond OPEX 4C. They went 75 cents in the money mid last week. Then I got exercised at 402 on Friday. Sold at 407 pre-market for the win. Not really, though. Nice. In Catholic school, we practiced eating Necco wafers as communion. One time I got a whole package of the communion wafers. They were not good. And they made me farty. Get him with the Ko-Fi, Poopy, but then he'd have fallen into my trap. No problem, Jen Jen. That's too much Jesus. I used to think the bread was really Jesus when I was 5. Did you think that the church was full of sick fucks? If you get indigestion from eating the body of Christ, maybe you're evil. You have a less explosive relationship with the Catholic Church than I do. I wish he tasted a little better. Holy water burns me. When I was 5, I thought females made the milk and the males made the coffee, if you get my drift. I don't at all. If you don't sin, that means Jesus died for nothing. Exactly. The forgiveness part of religion is so you can act like a piece of shit and then be forgiven for it. What if NVIDIA buys SMCI so they can cook their books? Smart. They could, yeah. Not even very expensive. Ooh, the press conference finally fucking started.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the President of the French Republic.
Well, thank you very much, everyone.
Oh my god, two channel audio?
I'm delighted to welcome President Macron back to the White House. We've been together quite often, but
It's
not that
Macron.
often in the White House. We honored the President, First Lady of France, not so long ago. It was a beautiful evening, and
Look at his goofy,
forget it. That was a beautiful,
goofy ass grin. What were they up to?
and many fond memories. I also want to thank Emmanuel for hosting me in Paris last December after a historic election win to witness the reopening of the spectacular Notre Dame Cathedral, where you did an outstanding job in bringing it back together. That was a sad day watching that burn. And 5 years later, you had it up, and it was, they say, more beautiful than it was before. So I think that's a great achievement. That was not easy.
Are you
France
talking
is
about
America's oldest
Notre
ally,
Dame?
our cherished
I want to know what they
partner,
did with the
a
fucking
force
hunchback.
for freedom, prosperity, and peace from the very beginning. We're now working on some very interesting developments. One in particular, as you know, the war between Russia and Ukraine. In the American Revolution, French support helped us to seize our destiny as an independent nation. In the First and Second World Wars, our citizens shed blood together on the battlefields of Europe. And I'll never forget joining President Macron 6 years ago on the 75th anniversary of D-Day. That was some day. The purpose of our meeting today is to end another battle, a really horrible one, a war, something that we haven't seen since the Second World War.
Why do you think they burned it in the first place?
European soil, the deadliest and most destructive conflict that one can imagine. I've seen the pictures, I've seen the satellite photos, and lots of other photos, and it's a horrible thing that's happening. Thousands of people are dying a week. This very day is the third anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine, which would never have happened if I was president. That was not going to happen.
Yeah, I wish we went down 3% in pre-market this morning.
Bloody war can scarcely be overestimated. Hundreds of thousands of people, Russians and Ukrainians in particular, have needlessly died. An entire generation of Ukrainians and Russian men has been decimated. 1,000-year-old cities have been turned into rubble. Those beautiful spires that you used to see there, they were most beautiful in the world, they say, are lying in heaps of rubble, blasted to smithereens.
Here he goes,
It's time to end this blood
waxing poetic about
Restore peace,
buildings.
and I think we're going to do it. We've had some great conversations, including with Russia. Since my return to the White House, we've made more progress toward that goal in 1 month than occurred in the past 3 years. And I've spoken with both President Putin and President Zelensky. And again, a lot of good things toward peace are happening, moving it, I think, pretty quickly.
This is another 45 to 60 minute stream of consciousness tirade.
Waltz and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff conducted successful talks in Saudi Arabia with the delegation from Russia, and I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the King and Mohammed, great people. They're really working hard to get this done. Our focus is on...
I think they just put, like, his speechwriters just write single words.
Permanent peace. My meeting with President Macron today was another important step
Like,
forward in that sphere, because he's been very much involved right from the beginning in trying to get it over with, and we're going to get it done. I believe that Emmanuel agrees with me on many of the most...
Then he just does word association? Yeah.
This is the right time. It may be the only time, you know. That's a very interesting and horrible situation, and that could evolve into a third world war. We're not going to let that happen. Should have never started, but it did. And what a mess. What a horrible, bloody mess. I'm also pleased that President Macron agrees that the cost and burden of securing the peace must be borne by the nations of Europe, not alone by the United States. And Europe must take that central role in assuring long-term security of Ukraine, which they want to do. And that's not a very big step. The big step is what's going to happen over the next few weeks. The United States has put up far more aid for Ukraine than any other nation. Hundreds of billions of dollars. We've spent more than 300 billion, and Europe has spent about 100 billion. That's a big difference, and at some point we should realize.
Nice,
We don't
Pterodactyl.
have to worry about that. We have other things happening that maybe take that out of the realm of necessity. And while we've given vast amounts of military aid and money in form of grants, much of Europe's contribution has been economic relief structured as loans for which they'll be repaid. Like the Europeans, I believe that taxpayers in the United States also deserve to recoup the colossal amounts of money that we've sent. The previous administration never even thought of that. They didn't think of a lot of things, like why did they let it start in the first place? That is why we must have an agreement with Ukraine on critical minerals and rare earths and various other things as security. And I think that that's happening. I think we've made a lot of progress. I had a report just given to me.
That's as loud as I can get it.
We've made, Emmanuel, a great deal of progress toward getting that. I've been elected by the American people to restore common sense to Washington and indeed to the world. And I believe strongly that it's in the best interest of the United States, the best interest in Europe, the best interest of Ukraine, and indeed the best interest of Russia to stop the killing now and bring the world to peace. My administration is making a decisive break with the foreign policy failures of the past administration and, frankly, the past. I ran against a very foolish foreign policy establishment, and their recklessness has led to the death of many, many people. Under our administration, we're forging a new path that promotes peace around the world. And when I left office for the first administration, first term, we had no wars, we had no problems. We didn't have October 7th with Israel. We didn't have Russia and Ukraine going at it. We didn't have the problems in other parts of the Middle East. We didn't have inflation. It was a whole different world. And you know what else we didn't have? Millions of people pouring through our borders, many of them criminals released from other nations and put right into our land, murderers and drug dealers, gangs. We didn't have any of that. It's a different time, but now we have it and we're fixing it. We'll fix it all up. We'll get it done as quickly as possible. And we've made a great deal
Europe
of
has spent
progress.
more
People
supporting
say it was the
Ukraine.
best month
Such
for
an
a
easy
president
fact check.
in our country's history. I hope that's right, but I feel it's right. We've done a lot of things in a very short period of time, 4 weeks.
But we gave him all those old guns.
I hope that my greatest legacy,
And
however,
tanks.
will be as a peacemaker and a unifier. I want to bring peace, not war. I thank President Macron for joining us today in this urgent work we're doing. We have some wonderful people up front right here that have worked so hard. Steve Witkoff, thank you very much. And Michael Waltz, thank you. Scott, thank you very much. And JD, thank you. They've really done a job. They worked very hard. It's a real passion to get this war ended. And I'd like to now we invite Emmanuel to say a few words, and then we'll take questions. And again, Emmanuel, it's a great honor to have you with us at the White House. Thank you very much, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear Donald. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, je vais dire quelques mots en français.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be saying a few words in French.
Oh, shit.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président,
Thank
cher
you
Donald,
very
pour
much,
votre
Mr. President,
hospitalité
dear
et
Donald,
cette
for your
visite.
hospitality and for
Vous
this
l'avez rappelé,
visit. As
nous
you
avons eu
mentioned,
l'occasion ces dernières années,
we
lors
have had the opportunity to
de nos
meet
premiers mandats,
over
de
the past
pouvoir
few years. Since
échanger
your
à plusieurs
first term,
reprises à
we've been able
Paris,
to discuss
ici, à
matters
la
in
Maison
Paris
Blanche,
and
et à
also
travers le
here
monde, ça a
at the
toujours
White
été
House. And it
un
has
bonheur, et je dois
always
dire que
been
j'ai en effet ici des souvenirs
a great
encore
joy to do
vibrants.
that, and I would like
Et je veux vous
to
remercier à nouveau,
commend
Monsieur
you.
le Président, d'avoir fait l'amitié à
And
la France
thank you
de
Mr.
vous joindre à la
President, for
cérémonie de
extending
réouverture de Notre-Dame
this
de Paris que vous
friendship
venez
to
d'évoquer
France
à
and taking
l'instant.
part in the
Ça a été une
ceremony
très
at
grande
Notre
fierté
Dame
pour
that
les
you
Françaises et les
mentioned
Français
before. It was a great
de
honor
pouvoir
for
ouvrir
the
la
French
cathédrale au
people
reste du
to
monde et votre présence
reopen
a
the
signifié
cathedral to the rest of
cette
the world,
amitié, cette
and your
amitié qui vient de loin.
presence
Le président
was
l'a
a
rappelé,
testament
qui
to
est aux
that
origines,
friendship.
au fond, de
As the President said,
l'indépendance
this
américaine et de sa
friendship dates
construction
back
et
to the
qui, à
Revolutionary
chaque fois
War
que
since
l'histoire
the
a sonné,
beginning of the United States.
nous a ramenés
And
ensemble du bon
whenever
côté de celle-ci.
we've needed to,
C'est-à-dire
we've been
comme
able to come together and be on the
étant
right
unis
side.
pour
We've
défendre
been
la
able to
paix, la
be
souveraineté.
united to defend
Et je pense
peace and
évidemment
sovereignty,
aux deux guerres mondiales
namely in the
qui
two
ont scandé le
world
XXe
wars
siècle.
that marked the 20th
Au
century.
Lafayette, nous voilà, de Pershing jusqu'aux vétérans
From
américains que nous
Lafayette to
célébrions il y a encore
Pershing
quelques mois sur la
and
plage
to
d'Omaha.
60-10 is
J'étais
still
très heureux de
support.
vous
many
voir d'ailleurs
Americans who landed on
tout
Omaha
à l'heure
Beach.
lorsque vous m'avez
We
laissé
could
quelques
slip
minutes
it.
entre deux de nos rendez-vous.
We spoke
L'un d'entre eux qui est
earlier
venu me visiter,
before,
je
and
veux
you
ici dire
mentioned
le
that
grand
one
respect que nous avons
of
pour
those
tous nos anciens combattants et les
gentlemen
vétérans
was
américains.
able to visit you
Cette
here,
histoire
one of
nous
the
oblige
veterans.
et c'est celle qui nous lie dans le contexte
This
du monde qui est le
is
nôtre. Et le président l'a rappelé,
part of history,
le
which
monde dans lequel nous
puts us
vivons ne
in the
manque pas de
world
défis.
that we are in
Alors
today. And as the President just said,
cette visite
there are many
nous avons décidé ces
challenges in
derniers
this
jours
world. And over the past few days,
avait évidemment un objectif premier qui est la
we
situation
have
géopolitique.
one main objective, which is
Et
the
je dois dire
geopolitical
que,
situation.
Monsieur le Président, je
Mr.
dois vous remercier
President,
tout particulièrement d'avoir
really
accepté
wish to thank
d'aménager votre agenda pour que nous
for
puissions nous voir
making
si
changes
vite.
to your
Et
schedule to
je
meet with
considère
us
que
so
nous avons
quickly.
véritablement eu des
I
avancées
think we've
substantielles.
made very
lors de nos échanges.
substantive
Et
steps
c'est pour moi une
forward
étape très
during our
importante
discussions,
de ce que
and
nous
this is
vivons.
a major step
Nous avons
in
ensemble
what we're
partagé
experiencing
une
today.
visioconférence avec
We had a
l'ensemble des
video
dirigeants du
conference
G7
with all
qui
of
nous
the
a permis,
G7 leaders, which
3
was
ans
an
après le début de la
opportunity for
guerre
us to
d'agression,
discuss
la deuxième phase de la
this
guerre
matter
d'agression russe
3
en
days
Ukraine,
after the
de dire évidemment
Russian war in
notre soutien au
Ukraine,
président
and to
Zelensky,
express our support
au peuple
for
ukrainien, mais
President
aussi
Zelensky, to
partager
the
notre
Ukrainian
volonté
people, but also to
d'avoir une paix
speak and
durable.
share
Je crois que
about
c'est ce
our
que vous avez ces
desire
dernières années,
for a lasting
ces dernières semaines,
peace.
pardon, rappelé avec
This is what
beaucoup
we
de
have
force.
spoken about
Depuis le 22
very
février 2022,
forcibly
on
over
nous
the
annonçait
past
une
few
opération
weeks.
spéciale qui allait durer quelques
We
semaines.
thought that
Chacun admire la bravoure du peuple
this
ukrainien.
war was
qui a
only going to
résisté.
last a few weeks
Et
when it
vous avez
broke out
raison
in
de le dire, Monsieur le
2022.
Président,
We
nous avons
admire
aidé.
greatly
Et je
the
crois que nous avons eu
courage
raison
of the
d'aider, c'était
Ukrainian
notre
people.
responsabilité.
And Mr. President,
ici
I wish to
dire que
thank you
l'Europe
for this.
n'a pas ménagé
You
ni
mentioned
minoré ses responsabilités. Nous
that
avons
there
en
are
effet
responsibilities on
investi
Europe's
138
side, and
milliards
indeed,
de dollars dans l'aide
we have invested
à l'Ukraine et
128
aux Ukrainiens.
billion
Et
in
je dis bien
aid to
investi,
Ukraine and the
parce qu'au fond,
Ukrainians.
l'Ukraine a tenu ce front avancé de notre sécurité
Ukraine has been
collective.
able to hold the
Elle s'est
front
battue
of our
durant ces
collective
années, elle continue
security.
de se
It's
battre pour
fought
son indépendance
over
et sa
these past few
souveraineté,
years
mais
for
aussi
its
pour
independence
notre
and for
sécurité
its sovereignty,
collective,
but
parce
also
que
for our
je crois que
collective
personne dans cette
security,
salle n'a
because I
envie de
think that
vivre
no one
dans un
in
monde
this
où la loi
room
du
wants
plus
to
fort peut
live in
s'imposer
a world
et où les
where
frontières
it's the
internationalement
law
reconnues
of
peuvent
the
être du jour au lendemain
strongest
violées
and international
par qui que
borders
ce
can be
soit.
violated from one day to the next
Alors,
by
je considère
anyone.
que ces dernières heures, et vous l'avez
Over the
d'ailleurs
past
dit
few
tout à l'heure,
hours, and
plusieurs
as
choses
you
se sont
mentioned this,
cristallisées
Mr.
et nous avons
President,
pu avancer
we've
sur
been
plusieurs
able to
points.
see a
D'abord,
few
je veux
things
saluer votre
take
décision
shape.
de voir
First of all, allow me to commend you
le
on
président
your
Zelensky
decision
et de finaliser en effet cet accord qui est
work
important
with
pour les
President
États-Unis
Zelensky
d'Amérique
and
et
to
pour
conclude this
l'Ukraine
agreement that's so
sur
important
les
for the
minerais
U.S.
critiques et
and
les terres
Ukraine
rares,
on
mais
rare
d'avoir cet
earths,
échange de
critical
substances
minerals, but
avec le
also
président Zelensky
having
dans cette phase est
substantive
très important et de pouvoir finaliser cet
conversations
accord
with President
qui aussi
Zelensky during this
acte
key
votre engagement
phase
pour une Ukraine
of
souveraine
achieving this
est
deal,
à mes
which
yeux un point
is a
très
major
important et
commitment
souhaitable.
to
Ensuite,
Ukraine's sovereignty, and I think that's very
votre volonté de
commendable.
bâtir la paix,
We
nous
also
la
have
partageons.
a
Je
shared
veux dire ici
desire
que,
to build
en
peace.
responsabilité,
Ooh, slipped.
plus de 10 ans après le début de la guerre et
We will have
l'agression en
this
Crimée,
responsibility.
et 3 ans jour pour jour
This
après
is 10 years after the
l'agression
war
russe
started
dans
in
le Donbass,
Crimea,
je
and
le rappelle
then
aussi dans le nord du
we
pays à
saw the
l'époque,
events
Peace is
in
priced
the
in.
Donbass region and along the northern
pour
part of
aussi
the
faire
country.
revenir des
We
prisonniers
want to
chez eux,
save lives.
faire
We
revenir
want
des
to
familles et
bring
des enfants, car je
prisoners
n'oublie pas ce
back
drame
and
humanitaire
bring back
qui
families and
touche
children because
aussi
there
le
is
peuple
also a
ukrainien.
humanitarian
Et nous en avons longuement discuté avec le président et notre souhait qu'il puisse y avoir en effet des conflits qui s'arrêtent, une trêve qui soit pleinement mesurable, vérifiable et qui permette la négociation d'une paix durable dans laquelle il y aura la question de la reconstruction de l'Ukraine, la question de ses territoires et la question des garanties de sécurité, c'est-à-dire du maintien de la paix dans la durée.
meaning
car je
maintaining
le
peace
redisais au président,
over the
nous
long
avons
term.
déjà
As
connu
I
des
said
accords
to
de
the
paix qui
president,
n'étaient que des
we've
cessez-le-feu
experienced peace
sans prévoir ces
accords that
garanties de
were
sécurité.
only
Cela s'est appelé Minsk 1
ceasefires
puis Minsk 2
without
et nous savons
ensuring
d'expérience
security
que cela ne tient
guarantees,
pas.
Minsk 1 and
Et je
2.
sais la volonté du
And we
président
want to make sure this doesn't happen
d'être
again. And I know
un
that
acteur durable
the
justement de
president
la paix dans la
has
région,
expressed
de
the
vouloir
desire to
cesser
be a
dans la
player
durée
for
cette paix.
peace
Et je crois pouvoir dire,
in
après
the
avoir
region.
consulté une trentaine de
I've
dirigeants
spoken
européens
with
et
some
alliés ces derniers
30
jours,
European
pour
leaders and
bâtir cette
allies
unité et
in
pour venir
recent
vous
days.
voir
We want
que
to
tous partagent
bring
la même
together
vision des
these
choses.
allies
Nous voulons la
rather,
paix.
and share the
Cette paix ne
same
peut pas signifier
vision.
la capitulation de l'Ukraine.
This peace must
Cette
not
paix
mean
ne
a
peut pas être un
surrender
cessez-le-feu sans
of
garantie.
Ukraine. It must not mean
Cette
a
paix doit
ceasefire
prévoir
without guarantees.
les conditions
This
d'une
peace
souveraineté
must allow
ukrainienne, permettre à
for
l'Ukraine de
Ukrainian
négocier avec les
sovereignty and
parties
allow
prenantes
Ukraine
toutes les
to
questions
negotiate
qui la
with
touchent
other
et
stakeholders
pour lesquelles elle est
regarding the
seule
issues
légitime à
it
négocier.
affects.
Et c'est une paix dans
That
laquelle
affects it
nous
rather,
devons
but it is
prendre
also
nos
a country
responsabilités
in which we
pour
need
maintenir
to
dans la durée
shoulder our
sécurité et
responsibilities so
stabilité
that
pour
we
l'Ukraine et
ensure
pour toute la
security and
région. Et
stability
pour
for
nous, Européens,
Ukraine
c'est
and
une
for the
question
entire region.
existentielle.
And for us Europeans,
Nous
this
avons
is an
longuement discuté cela
existential
avec
issue.
le
We also
président.
spoke about
J'ai pu
these
lui dire
issues
tout ce que nous
at
avions
length
travaillé avec
with
le
the
président
president.
Zelensky. On est rentré
We've
dans le
worked
détail
with President
justement
Zelensky
des
and gotten to
différentes
some
étapes
of the
d'une telle
details of
négociation.
the various
Et nous avons pu
phases
aussi
of the
évoquer tout le travail qui a
negotiation.
été fait
And
avec
we've
nos
also been
partenaires
able to speak
britanniques
about some of this
pour
work with our
concevoir justement
British
ce que pourraient être
partners to
des déploiements de forces de paix
talk about
sur le sol
deployments
ukrainien
of peace
qui constituerait une
forces
part de
on
ces garanties de
Ukrainian soil,
sécurité à
which are
laquelle
part of
d'autres
these
pays d'ailleurs sont prêts à se
security
joindre
guarantees. Other
et pour
countries are
laquelle
ready to
évidemment
join in this
la
effort.
solidarité, le soutien américain sont
Solidarity
indispensables et je
and
vous
support
remercie.
from the US
war
are
between
also
Russia and
very
Ukraine
important
did
to
start
support
10 years ago,
Je crois
PP.
pouvoir dire
work
que
with us
l'accord
on
que vous
this
signez,
issue
vous
and
apprêtez à signer avec
the
l'Ukraine
agreement that
et
you
la
are
discussion très
preparing to
claire que nous
sign
avons
with
eue à cet égard,
Ukraine
pour
and
moi,
with all
sont
these
des garanties
discussions
solides,
we've had
que nous
are
nous sommes
very
compris
solid
et que notre
guarantees
volonté est la
that
même.
we are
La paix le plus
understood
vite
and that we
possible,
have the same wish,
une paix
peace as
solide
soon as
et durable
possible,
pour tout le monde
lasting,
et la
solid
reprise en quelque
peace
sorte
for everyone.
That's why it's funny. Why? Because Trump keeps blaming it on
The
Biden,
renewal of an
even though he.
international situation
les
where we
Européens
are
qui
all
prendront leurs
able to
responsabilités
shoulder
aux
our
côtés de leur allié
responsibilities,
américain qui prendra les siennes.
Europeans shouldering their
À cet
responsibilities
égard,
alongside their
je
American
suis
allies
venu
who will
aussi
shoulder
ici
their
porter un
own
message,
responsibilities.
président, de
I
très grande
also
clarté
wanted to
de
Crimea was
share with you,
2014,
Mr. President, about
like
the
late
Nous sommes engagés
2014.
commitment.
bâtir une paix
We
durable.
have committed to
Nous sommes
building
engagés
a
comme
lasting
Européens
peace.
pour
As
être partie
Europeans,
prenante
we
justement de
have
ces garanties
committed
de
to being
sécurité. Et
stakeholders
plus largement, nous sommes engagés,
in these security
conscients que
guarantees
nous sommes,
And
que
we are
les Européens
also
doivent
well
encore faire
aware
davantage
that Europeans need to do
pour
more
la sécurité de l'Europe, sa
for
défense,
security in
et en
Europe,
quelque
for
sorte un partage
defense
plus
in
juste du fardeau
Europe, and to
sécuritaire
more
que
fairly
votre
share the
pays porte depuis
security
plusieurs années.
burden
Et au
that
fond,
your
pas
country's
simplement,
been
Monsieur le
carrying for
Président,
so many
vous savez
years.
l'amitié que je vous porte parce que vous le demandez,
Mr.
vous
President,
le demandiez
you know
déjà avec
how
force à votre premier mandat.
much
Mais
friendship
parce que je
I
crois que
show
tout le monde
towards you
maintenant
and I
en
have
Europe
towards you
est
since
lucide sur
your
le fait que c'est
first
notre
term.
devoir pour
Europe is
nous-mêmes,
very clear-eyed
tant
about
qu'Européens,
this. We know
compte
what we
tenu
need
du
to
risque
do
qui nous entoure et
as
de la
Europeans,
responsabilité qui est la
given
nôtre.
the threats
Et donc le
surrounding
président
us and
Costa ce
the
matin a rappelé
responsibilities that we
cet
must
agenda de
shoulder.
Versailles de mars 2022 qui
We
a déjà
spoke
conduit les
about
Européens
the
à
Versailles
augmenter
agenda,
de manière
which
historique
allowed the
leurs investissements.
Europeans to take a
Les
historic
Européens sont prêts à
step
faire
and
davantage
increase their
pour cette
investments.
sécurité, beaucoup plus
Europeans are
et
ready
beaucoup
to
plus
do
fort.
even more and
Et
to go
plusieurs
even
Assume someone
farther.
has
dit
Trump.
cela avant de venir vous voir.
And
Assume
several
Trump has
leaders
someone
said that.
translating in
So
an
thank you
earpiece.
here
Vous
today.
avez compris
Probably.
cette paix par la
Mr.
force à laquelle vous croyez,
President,
c'est
dear
celle à
Donald,
laquelle nous
you
sommes
spoke
engagés
about this
par
peace
conviction
through
et parce
strength.
que
We
en ce
fully
jour, je
share
pense au
that
peuple ukrainien, à ses sacrifices.
because we must
et à ce que nous lui
recognize
devons.
the sacrifices
Nous
made
avons
by the Ukrainian
également avec
people and
Monsieur le
what we
Président
owe to them.
évoqué
The
le
President
sujet
and I
économique
also spoke about
et au fond notre
economic
volonté de
matters
voir
and
plus de
our
prospérité aux
desire
États-Unis
to
et
see
en
more
Europe.
prosperity in the
Nous avons eu des
United States
discussions,
and in
elles
Europe.
seront poursuivies par
We
nos
had
ministres, nos
discussions
équipes,
which will be
pour
carried on
clarifier
by
les
our
sujets qui
teams,
doivent l'être.
our ministers and
Mais au fond,
secretaries
notre
to
volonté, c'est qu'il y ait une
flesh out
concurrence
some of those ideas,
juste
but the idea is to have
et
fair
au
competition
fond, pas de biais dans la concurrence
and no
de
bias
nos industries pour pouvoir
within
échanger.
competition between our
Je vais ici dire
industries.
combien les économies américaines et européennes
Now,
sont liées.
the
Ce sont les économies les
American
plus
and
imbriquées au monde.
European economies
Ce sont
are
1500 milliards
extremely
de dollars
intertwined.
d'échanges de
Some
produits, de
1.5
services
billion
physiques et digitaux
in trade
chaque année.
trillion
Et
rather,
je sais votre attachement à rétablir la balance des
in
paiements.
goods and
Oserais-je dire
services,
qu'en
and I
tant
know
que
you've
président de
spoken
France,
about wanting
j'ai la même,
to
puisque
look at the balance of
nous avons
payments.
aussi un déficit
We
commercial.
also have a trade
J'essaie aussi de
deficit.
faire valoir qu'il fallait
And
regarder pas simplement
I
les
know
biens et
that
produits,
we
mais
need to look not
les
only
produits numériques
at
pour lesquels vous êtes un très grand
goods, but
exportateur.
also
Et
digital
au fond, la solution,
items
c'est
and
de nous
goods,
réengager
which you
sincèrement vers
export. And we want to make a sincere
une concurrence justement
commitment
qui soit équitable
towards
et la volonté
fair
d'avoir des échanges plus
competition,
fluides et encore
where we
davantage
have
d'investissements. Vous
smooth
êtes un très grand
trade
investisseur
and
en
more
France. Nous
investments.
sommes le
You already
5e investisseur,
invest
nous,
a
France,
great
pas
deal
simplement
in
l'Europe,
France.
dans votre pays.
And
Et
France
je
is
souhaite
the
qu'on
fifth
fasse davantage de
the
part et
fifth
d'autre.
largest
Et je
investor
veux
in the
saluer d'ailleurs
United
tous les
States.
investisseurs
And I would like
américains
to
qui ont fait partie des
recognize
grandes
here
annonces
all
pour
of the
l'intelligence
American
artificielle
investors
il y a quelques
who
jours à Paris, où
announced
120 milliards de dollars
investments,
d'investissement ont été annoncés en intelligence
some
artificielle pour notre pays.
$120 billion
Au-delà
that were
du lien
announced at the
transatlantique, c'est notre
AI
volonté
summit.
d'avoir en effet plus de prospérité. Je suis
This
convaincu qu'il
is
y a
our
au
wish. We
fond
want to have
un
more
agenda positif
prosperity
derrière
on
tout
both sides of the
Enfin,
Atlantic. We
nous
have a
avons
shared
ensemble évoqué
agenda in
plusieurs
that
sujets
regard.
sur le
We
Proche et
also
Moyen-Orient.
spoke about the
Et je
Middle
crois pouvoir
East,
dire que nous
among other
partageons la même
subjects.
volonté de ne
And
jamais
here
voir
again, we
l'Iran
have the same
obtenir
desire. We don't
l'arme
want to see
nucléaire.
Iran
Notre
obtain
volonté de revenir
nuclear
à,
weapons. We don't
au fond,
want,
une approche avec les partenaires de la région en qui nous avons
or rather,
confiance,
we
qui
want
permettent
an approach with
eh bien,
partners in the
justement
region
de
that we can
cantonner
trust.
les activités nucléaires iraniennes, de
Given
pouvoir limiter ses
Iran's
capacités
nuclear
balistiques
activities, we want to
et de
limit
réduire
its
ses
ballistic
déstabilisations régionales.
capabilities and avoid any
Et
type
sur la
of
Syrie et
regional
l'Irak, nous partageons la même
destabilization.
volonté aussi
With
de ne
respect to
pas
Syria
voir
and
les
Iraq,
groupes
we also
terroristes islamistes
share the same desire. We
reprendre
don't
de la
want to see
force, retrouver de
Islamic
l'activité,
terrorist groups
parce que depuis des
resume
années, nos
any of their
armées sont
activities
avec courage
because for some
engagées
time our
dans ces
armies
pays,
have
dans
very
l'opération Inherent
bravely been
Resolve, dont vous
engaged
avez
in
le
the
commandement
Gulf,
et à laquelle nous contribuons,
as you
qui est
have
une mission
led,
forte et importante qui a
and
contribué à la stabilité de la
contributions
région.
have been
Et
significant
je le dis
and
avec
helped
ici beaucoup
stability in the region.
de sincérité, de
And I
force et
say this with
d'engagement,
great
puisque la France a été
sincerity.
touchée par un attentat terroriste en 2015
France
qui
was
avait été
affected
préparé
by
en
a
Syrie par
terrorist
ces mêmes
attack
groupes.
in
Et donc nous ne
2015,
céderons
which
rien
was linked to the
dans
terrorist
cette région
activity in
à vos
Syria.
côtés
And
pour
we
plus
are
de
in that
sécurité.
region
Voilà,
at
mesdames et
your
messieurs, en
side
tout cas, nos
to
échanges
work for more
ont été
security.
extrêmement fructueux.
Ladies and
À la
gentlemen,
fois
we
ce matin
had
à l'issue de
extremely
notre
productive
visioconférence
discussions
et à l'instant avec
this
le
morning
vice-président,
during
les
the
ministres
conference,
et nos conseillers.
and we spoke with our ministers
Et
and
je veux vous dire
counselors and
combien,
advisors. And I wish to say,
après ces échanges avec le président Trump, je suis
after
convaincu qu'il y
speaking
a un
with
chemin.
President Trump, I am
Nous avons partagé nos
fully
convictions, nos
believe that there is a
exigences.
path forward. We
Nous savons
share
tout le travail qui
the
reste à
same
faire. Et donc, dans les
beliefs. We
prochaines
know
semaines, nous avancerons
what
ensemble
work needs to be
et nous
done,
aurons
and in the
l'occasion,
weeks to
nos
come,
équipes puis
we
nous,
will
de nous
work on
revoir
that.
dans
Our
des formats
teams will
différents
come together
pour
in
faire de
various
cette paix
formats to
solide,
make
durable,
sure that we have this
je l'espère avec beaucoup
solid,
de force,
lasting
une
peace
réalité
with
de court
great
terme. En tout
strength.
cas, Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi de vous remercier
Mr.
pour
President,
votre accueil,
thank you
remercier
so
pour
much
la
for welcoming
qualité de
me
nos
here
échanges
today. Thank you so
et
much
pour
for
votre engagement.
these productive
Merci, cher
discussions and
Donald.
for your commitment. Thank you, dear Donald.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Amelia. Okay, thank you very much. Brian, would you like to ask a question? Go ahead.
Welcome, President Trump. I just want to touch upon real quickly the Harvard poll that came out that had, thank you very much, the Harvard poll that came out had you up 9+ points, and all of your agenda that you ran on, you're accomplishing that. You got the support of the American people, including stopping the war in Ukraine. If you can comment on the latest Harvard poll, I appreciate that.
Well, I was honored by it. It was a big poll, and it's usually a poll that leans on the other side of things, the other side of the world, so to speak. But the Harvard poll is a respected poll, and it has us not only leading, but leading by a lot, and leading on every single issue that we've talked about. And as I said, we've become the party of common sense, and I think that's a very important element now, common sense, because what's happening in the world and even in this country, some of the things that took place, many of them are now canceled, and the rest are being canceled as we speak. But
Blazing? Yeah.
Very rapidly, and I think very effectively. So I was honored by that poll. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you would like to see Russia.
Yes.
Dirk just had an aneurysm.
With you meeting in Saudi Arabia with President Putin, will that happen regardless of any progress on the Ukrainian file?
Yeah, I think the meeting in Saudi Arabia was a fantastic one. We met with the Crown Prince, who was a fantastic young guy. He's young, but with great imagination and a tremendously respected all over the world, and he goes right to the king, and the king is incredible. Gotten to be friends with both of them very much, and they want to see this ended, and they're going all out to make sure that it is ended. I think Russia, likewise, I've spoken to President Putin, and my people are dealing with him constantly, and his people in particular. And they want to do something. I mean, that's what I do. I do deals. My whole life is deals. That's all I know is deals. And I know when somebody wants to make it and when somebody doesn't. I will say this, before I came here, there was no communication with Russia whatsoever, and Russia wasn't answering calls. They were not talking to anybody. They wouldn't talk to anybody, and people sort of accepted that as being that they want to go forward and just keep going without stop. But when I got here, one of the first calls I made was to President Putin, and we were treated with great respect, and they want to end this war. So that's a big thing, because I didn't know if I could say that, but it's a big thing. They want to do it, and the group in the front row that I introduced, they're all very active in it, and we're working on deals right now, transactions right now, and in particular, the big one is to get the war stopped, whether it's ceasefire or direct to an agreement. I'd like to go directly to an agreement, but ceasefire will always happen a little bit quicker. And every day you're saving thousands, or at least hundreds, but thousands in some cases lives. So we want to see if we can get that done very quickly. Yes, for the president, please.
Thank you. Correspondent based in Paris. Question for both of you, actually. Mr. Macron, you were one of the last Western leaders to speak to Putin before Ukraine's invasion. What advice, what recommendation could you make to President Trump to make sure that this time you can get strong enough guarantees from Putin to get a peace deal that lasts this time? And Mr. President Trump, what makes you think you can trust Putin in those negotiations? Thank you.
Look, I will never give any advice to President Trump. We have friendly and trustful discussion, but my experience with President Putin is the following. Number one, I always think it's good to have discussion with other leaders, and especially when you disagree.
Yeah, I said earlier he speaks English.
Discussion with President Putin after Bucha and the war crimes, because I consider that, we had nothing to get from him in that time. Now there is a chance, there is a big change, because there is a
Better
new
than Trump.
So this is a new context. So there is good reason for President Trump to re-engage with President Putin. But my experience is the following, and I shared it with President Trump and the team. In 2014, our predecessors negotiated peace with President Putin. But because of the lack of guarantees, and especially security guarantees, President Putin violated this peace. And I had several discussions, especially at the beginning of 2022, several times, 7 hours with President Putin, 15 days before the launching of the attack. He denied everything, but we didn't have security guarantees. So this is why being strong and having deterrence capacities is the only way to be sure it will be respected. And I insisted on that, and this is why I believe that the US has the capacity to do so. And this is why I think we should never say, I will never send any boots on the ground, because you give a blank check to violate any type of commitment. So I think it's good to have discussion. I think it's useful to have negotiation. I think it's super important to go to the peace. But my strong point was to say, let's try to get something first which can be assessed, checked and verified.
Video bullish being over
and
yesterday's
let's be
Gamma
sure that we
Max.
build sufficient guarantees in the short run. And this is where we are ready to be engaged. As for France, a lot of my European colleagues are ready to be engaged. But we do need this American backup, because this is part of the credibility of the security guarantees, and this is our collective deterrence capacity. And I have the feeling that the president has this capacity.
It's like barely over Gamma Max, and it failed the breakout. So it's like retesting Gamma Max.
And
I don't know. I
that
probably
we'll do that. It is what it is. Again, it's a
wouldn't
war that
touch
should have
it.
never been started. It's a war that would not have been started if I were president, but it did start, and it's at a terrible level where cities are burned down and shot down to the ground. It looks like demolition sites, a whole big pile of demolition sites, and we got to get it stopped. Too many people, too much agony. The whole culture is destroyed when you rip down some of those ancient, really ancient or near ancient buildings. It's so sad to see, but I think it's very much to the benefit of this tremendous distrust on both sides. That's why it's good that I'm coming in now, but I think it's to the very much benefit of Russia to make a deal and to go on with leading Russia in a very positive way. That's what you have to do. But I really believe that he wants to make a deal. Maybe wrong, but I believe he wants to make a deal. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Next week, there's a key deadline for your Canada and Mexico tariffs. Do you expect those will go back on, or do you believe those countries have done enough on the border to stop those from taking effect? And for President Macron, I'm wondering if you believe that this critical minerals deal with Ukraine represents a de facto security guarantee by the United States, since the U.S. would have an interest in protecting those reserves in Ukraine. Thank you.
We're on time with the tariffs, and it seems like that's moving along very rapidly. We've been mistreated very badly by many countries, not just Canada and Mexico. We've been taken advantage of. We were led by, in some cases, fools, because anybody that would sign documents like they signed, where they were able to take advantage of the American people,
What's up, man?
like has happened over the last long period of time, except for
I don't hear hey. I got rid of it and changed the sound, but no, nothing right now.
But
Too much
anybody that
chop.
would agree to allow this to happen to our country should be ashamed of themselves. No, the tariffs are going forward on time, on schedule. This is an abuse that took place for many, many years. And I'm not even blaming the other countries that did this. I blame our leadership for allowing it to happen. I mean, you know, who can blame them if they made these great deals with the United States, took advantage of the United States on manufacturing, on just about everything, every aspect that you could imagine they took advantage of. I look at some of these agreements, I'd read them at night, and I'd say, who would ever sign a thing like this? So the tariffs will go forward, yes, and we're going to make up a lot of territory. All we want is reciprocal. We want reciprocity. We want to have the same. So if somebody charges us, we charge them. It's very simple, but it'll be very good for our country. Our country will be extremely liquid and rich again. Plus, we're doing other things, as you know. We're finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse at levels that nobody thought possible. You're seeing what's going on. And that was also part of the Harvard poll. Do you agree with what President Trump is doing with Elon and others that are looking for the waste, fraud, and abuse? And the numbers were staggering. It was like 70% to 2%. Everybody wants to find out. They don't like it. And you know, the radical left or whoever it may be starts screaming about the Constitution, but it has nothing to do with the Constitution. It has to do with fairness to this country. It has to do with being ripped off. And when you read the things that all of these billions, and I mean many billions, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent on, that's all you have to do is stand up here and read them. I could stand up all day and read the kind of things where we're spending all of this money. The good news is that when you think of how rich a nation we can be when we get rid of this, you know, sometimes you'll buy a company and you'll see it was really well run. They accounted for every penny. Well, not much you can do there. You got yourself a bad deal. This one is the exact opposite. Tremendous fraud, tremendous waste. And when you think of what it is, you know, Elon uses an expression, caring. If we had people that cared, just cared a little bit, when they did contracts, when they negotiated with outside vendors on behalf of the United States. That's what I'm doing now. I'm negotiating for the people of the United States. So we're doing a great job of it. I will say we found it'll be hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud and abuse. Thank you. Please.
Look, I think this discussion is a very important one. First, because it's important for the US, and it will be a good occasion for a first very important meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky. Second, I think there is a lot of economic upside on both sides. And third, de facto, there is a recognition of Ukrainian sovereignty, a recognition of the Ukrainian interests, and this is de facto a very important alignment of interests. Now, the security guarantees will be negotiated in due time in a full-fledged package of a peace security. But this peace, as it is now written and negotiated, and as this meeting is scheduled, is an important step forward, full-fledged peace agreement.
Monsieur le Président Trump, Monsieur le Président Macron.
President Trump, President Macron.
First of all, you say, I would like to make a deal with Putin. So when you do a deal, it's a win-win deal. What are you giving to him and what is he going to give you to America? And I was impressed by the way you referred to Notre Dame and that you were impressed by the reconstruction of Notre Dame. A lot of Americans have sent money to Paris to participate to the reconstruction of Notre Dame. As a President of the United States, are you going to contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine? Et Monsieur le Président Macron, quelle est pour vous la principale avancée de votre entretien avec Donald Trump? Et pouvez-vous nous confirmer qu'il y a effectivement un accord pour envoyer des troupes européennes de maintien de la paix? Est-ce que la France va le faire?
Will France participate in that? How many troops? What would they be doing? Would this represent a great danger to send French and European troops to Ukraine?
Well, I guess it's a little strange question because you ask whether or not we're going to, on behalf of the United States, contribute to Ukraine. I mean, we're in there for about $350 billion. I think that's a pretty big contribution. I do appreciate the first part of your question, however, because I think they've done an incredible job with the Cathedral of Notre Dame. I think the president has done. I know he headed it up, and I know how hard he worked, and it took a period of time, but really not a long period of time considering what that was, so delicate, so beautiful. And I was there, and I saw the work, and I'm very good at construction. I know good construction. I know bad construction. They did a beautiful job, and this man has to be given a lot of credit for that. It's an incredible cathedral. Most people thought it couldn't be saved, and if it was, it would have to be built in a different form, and we didn't want to see a different form. We wanted to see the same form that you built. So I just want to congratulate you. That was an amazing job. I don't think you've gotten enough credit for it. Someday you will. Someday you will.
Thank you, Donald. Merci beaucoup. Pour revenir à votre question, je considère que la discussion d'aujourd'hui a été marquée par plusieurs avancées. D'abord, la confirmation, c'était une des choses importantes pour nous. Ça fait partie de tout le travail qu'on a mené aussi avec le président Zelensky pour essayer de bâtir une proposition d'action qui soit acceptable pour l'Ukraine. Le fait que le président Trump a confirmé qu'il allait rencontrer rapidement le président Zelensky pour finaliser l'accord sur les minerais critiques et les terres rares, et pour avoir une discussion d'ensemble dans ce contexte. Ça, je pense que c'est un point très important. La deuxième chose, nous avons, dans le cadre de la discussion, sommes rentrés dans le détail la proposition d'action que nous venions faire, de comment la paix ou une trêve, des éléments concrets, mesurables pouvaient être organisés et comment ensuite on pouvait structurer la discussion. Et donc la France, plusieurs autres pays européens, l'Ukraine sont évidemment maintenant au travail pour pouvoir bâtir ce qui est cette paix durable avec des éléments très concrets dans lesquels il y aura justement les garanties de sécurité, les questions territoriales qui appartiennent totalement à l'Ukraine. La question de la reconstruction, la question du potentiel économique et des minéraux rares. Donc là-dessus, on a discuté en détail de ces propositions d'action. Et une troisième avancée qui est pour moi vraiment un des acquis de notre discussion d'aujourd'hui.
Pressure seems pretty lame. What's cranking the VIX here? I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that there's like $230 billion missing from the figure Trump keeps claiming in Ukrainian aid.
We want peace. He wants peace. We want peace, swiftly, but we don't want an agreement that is weak.
Et le fait qu'il y ait des Européens qui soient prêts à s'engager pour apporter leur réponse à ces garanties de sécurité.
provide for these security guarantees. And now there's a clear American
I assume
message
Trump has no
that
idea what
the
rare
US
earths are,
has
despite
announced
saying it
that
so
they're willing
much.
to provide that
They're
security
earths, and they're
for
not
that
common.
approach. That's a turning point in my view. And that is one of the great areas of progress that we've made during this trip and during this discussion. When it comes to troops,
A little more downside starting to open up towards
year ago
6,000.
specifically, we saw a reason to talk about sending troops
300 billion to 350 so
for
quick.
strategic
We've given 120.
Today, when we talk about troops, we're talking about sending them in after we've negotiated a lasting peace. And once we have that solid, lasting peace, that's
And
part
that's
of an
like
agreement
military,
signed by
humanitarian.
Russia, and for which we will provide the guarantees.
And financial.
And recently, France worked with the UK to
At least as of 5 days ago.
plans. We've worked with our militaries not to go to the front lines, not to go into occupied territories, but as a show of support to show that we have a negotiated peace signed by both sides, and that is a peace we will preserve. So these would be peaceful.
Right now, less than 0.2% of our GDP.
These would be deployments of an assurance force. They would be limited, but they show solidarity. I've also spoken with all of our allies, and there are European and non-European allies who are ready and willing to take part in that effort. Countries have helped Ukraine maintain its military capabilities in terms of the number of soldiers it has, equipment, whereas others have provided logistical support on the ground. The question is whether
That's still a good level on AMD? I don't know.
And during our discussions, and during the discussions with Russia, we've understood that this would be acceptable to Russia, and that's a very important area of progress, and that means that in this context, the Europeans will shoulder their part of the burden, their share of the burden. We have a strong
Dangerous, though,
alliance
with NVIDIA earnings coming up.
have our solidarity.
Still
We
overvalued.
have deterrence capacity.
Definitely safer last week than it is this
What
week.
does it mean? Would it be dangerous? If there is an agreement signed by Ukraine and Russia, thanks to the efforts of President Trump, and if we provide the guarantees and Russia violates the agreement, then it would be in conflict with everyone who is engaged in the peace process. And that is a change. That was something we did not see in the past. That's not what we saw in 2014. So that is the real change that we're marking. We have this deterrence capacity on the American side. We have the capacity for engagement on the European side, and that's something we're going to continue working on together. It's not dangerous, but it's credible.
That's the total value of U.S. military aid, humanitarian aid, and financial
What we
aid.
need to do to ensure
$120 billion as of February 19th.
security for Europeans. I've been saying this for weeks now. If we do not guarantee the security of this territory within Europe, then how can we guarantee our own security for one and all? We live just 1,500 kilometers from Ukraine. And the Germans and Polish are even closer. So our collective security is important. We need to answer this call for Europeans to be more engaged, and Americans will be there still in solidarity. Europeans are working for their collective security, but I really think this was a turning point today in our discussions.
Emmanuel, thank you very much. Great job, and it's
That was tapping my
wonderful
pen on my
being with you.
desk.
Say hello to your beautiful wife, and we will see you again soon. We'll be speaking often. We'll get this thing worked out. We're going to get it done. So important, and great job.
Thank you.
Is there anybody from France here? Shut up, Brett. There used to be a French dude in chat. Depends what you need to know. Just wondering what it's like to have competent leadership. Until you shamed the Italian guy to death for just puts cost same like shares. Well, you know. Closed been flat? Maybe. Well, it's not too early to call the close. Probably somewhere between 6,000 and 60,10. At least that seems most likely right now. You could have just asked, is anyone from somewhere else? Fair. That would be good, Dave. TQQQ to 69 by Friday. We'll see. Obviously not much of a recovery today. There's a small chance we slide. We need to lose like 603, 604, and Vol starts picking up. So, yeah, we could. But it's already really close to the end of the day. And like the support at 6,000 is going to get just harder and harder to push over. Or fall under. Why is AQN going down? Because everything's down today? It's not down much. It's 7 cents. Not really a very big deal. Eaton? What about it? They shit the bed after earnings, and they've been selling off ever since. So maybe below Friday's closed. Does it seem like they're mostly catching this drop? That's really, well, no. We fell really, really hard into a lot of sold puts, and there's generally a period of repositioning following that. Also, we have data, like a lot of data in the back half of the week, so it's very likely that we just get a lot of positioning around here, and that bulls probably try to blow it up before NVIDIA earnings. No, not at all. Those change a shitload overnight because there's like no liquidity. How does crowd look for continuing down? Gamma neutral's at like 364. Got an awfully big bounce today. Looks like that kind of failed with the 400 test. Yeah, I mean, it can continue down. Yeah. Seems like there's plenty of gamma to the downside. Resistance at 410, and then upside breakout above 420, but it still looks pretty bearish. The rate of descent is kind of slowing, which, you know, so it got down to about the gamma flip today and bounced back to here. Yeah, I mean, it could keep going down. It's starting to stabilize a little bit, though. Fubo might as IV rises. Do you think Riley has more room to run? I mean, it's probably going to need to see some repositioning. And then also, there's a lot of shorts on Riley, so they're probably... Some of them are probably going to try to stay short. I would say a lot of others are probably going to try to make as non-violent of an exit as they can. I'd like to hear from people who are genuinely mad that Eagles turned down the White House invite. Update on TQQQ before close. What about it? It's down 2% today. Fuck you. It's my bear line. You can make your own. That was a special treat. My lotto killed the upside power. AJ, you're not controlling the market with your shitty out of the money contracts. It really seems like Todd's on the verge of imploding. I don't know about that. In the 1 week you shared the TQQQ stuff, it's become my #1 profit maker by double the next one. Yeah, it gave away a little alpha. I was feeling generous. Gotta pay for Gamma Strike somehow. Gamma Strike already does too much of that. Despite my efforts to tone it down. I can't wait till the BOJ hikes again in March. Yeah. I told you the price the market was most likely to close at. I said 500% earlier today, but it was too greedy to sell. On what? TQQQ? 17 minutes, straight to 5,900. So we're gonna crash into close? That seems excessive. It'd be really cool if we lost 6,000, but it's gonna be pretty hard. When did you talk about TQQQ? I shorted it Thursday night before market close. Turned out that was a good time. Wednesday night? Was it Wednesday night? It was Wednesday night. Huh. I sold it today, Thursday, bought back in midday Friday. Nah. That had nothing to do with SLD. I was just following the instructions of my indicator. But I already sold my TQQQ puts for a nice profit. Is it too late to buy more puts? I mean, it's riskier to buy more puts. At least until there's like another downside confirmation level. I appreciate you mentioning every time you get TQQQ puts when your indicator goes off. I always make money. I told everybody when it said bull too. Did you get in on that one? Remember back when it was trading at like 73? Why not put the TQQQ indicator in GS? Because fuck you guys, that's why. JFresh can pry it out of my cold dead fingers. No, it's actually kind of complicated to put into Gamma Strike, and I don't think we have all of the data to do it. Not to mention, I would never give it to anybody. Ever. Alternatively, you guys could learn and study and figure out how to build your own. Unsubbed. See you later, Brett. What if we all say please nicely and in unison? Ugh. I can't tell you what. That would give it away. Still making our way through Hooked on Phonics. We'll get there eventually. Yeah. If it didn't work so well, I'd totally let you guys use it more. We each play to our strengths. You know stuff about the markets and how to make money and stuff, and I, on the other hand, am fairly okay at many useless things. Together, profit. Exactly. If you can start me off with either of these things, I can figure out the rest. The inputs, the formula, or the whole thing. That's nice. I've been studying the options as a strategic investment study guide on a daily basis. How about we leave Pi-Fi alone and he mentions it every once in a while? That seems like the best idea. Or at least the best way to keep getting me to mention it once in a while. Boom Hunter Pro is a slightly faster EMA slapped onto MACD. Mine predicts the future. It doesn't just look at the past more quickly. Next time you mention it, can you remind us that JFresh is often wrong? It was contentious. I didn't know what to say. You know, JFresh was like, we're going to 6,200, but then my TQQQ indicator was like, buy puts. And I was like, what do I do? So I bought puts. It's gross. No. No, it does not. How would you get that in trade? What? No. Ooh, 6,000. 59.95. Oh, shit. We lost support. I make all kinds of cool indicators. Me and Dork. Look at all the ones we made for GME. It's ridiculous. Remember when I said GME was going to go to $25 yesterday? 25's supportive, though. How much memory do all of those Chrome tabs use? Oh, my TradingView tabs? So much. It's like 50% of my system RAM. And they all have memory leaks because programming in PineScript is retarded. Do you at least share the TQQQ indicator with Doric? I don't know. He might have it. He might not. No, I don't care. The name on it's meaningless. I named it something like really vanilla, like divergence tracker. It does not track divergence at all. Why did I do that? Because I knew at some point I would accidentally show it to people on the stream. That's why we name our indicators things like VOPS and TSV and CNIS. What other fun names do we have? Frag. Tantric Expectation Index. Trisomy Butthole. Several different versions of VOPS. Money printer. Yeah, just... We're crashing? Yeah, maybe. We've still got 5 minutes till close. But yeah, we're dumping. It'd be cool if it closed at 59.40. I wouldn't mind that. For reasons. I guess this is fine. Did any of you guys pick up the 6,000 put when it was 70 cents? And I was like, this is gonna go down. And you're like, no, the bulls got this. I'm just toe rigging mine. That way I can ensure to close at 0. No, don't feel bad. They're only up like 13x. I should probably put a stop on them. We could bounce, theoretically. Although, it's really unlikely. Just buried under piles and piles of bear shit. Bullshit? Both. I made 525 using GS today. I need compound wins to get the port up. Nice, dude. I'm glad it's like paying for itself. That's what I care about. People making more informed decisions that lead to more consistent profits. I'm 5 for 5 since using GS. That's fucking awesome, man. No, it seems like people are doing really well with it. Which means that we're doing our job right. Which is building tools that people understand. Does GS work on mobile? I'm at work and I only have my phone. So it does, just not well. We're working on it. but you might have to use it in like portrait mode and shit to get things to display. Some things will be a little wonky, but I mean, data goes through. I don't know. Has anybody? I haven't actually done it. Has anybody used like the live data on mobile? It's not good. Mm. It's not great, but it's not awful. Just work on tablet or foldable phones. I mean, the bigger screen size you have, the better it's probably going to work. But I mean, it's not. It is absolutely not tuned for fucking mobile right now. But try it if you want to see something specific. It's okay, but not great for watching all day. Well, fairness, all things market related are horrible on mobile. Mobile in general is just horrible. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know very many data services that work well on mobile. Brokers usually suck on mobile too. Also, transaction speed and stuff like that on mobile seems like a big disadvantage. If you have the option, you should almost always use a desktop with like a good internet connection. Ding ding. Interesting. Fucking Delta flip dipped right below into the end of day. That was a nasty sell-off. Surprised we fell back through the short puts again. Alright. Alright. So, fell to about the bottom of the market maker's expected move, down about another 50 points on the day. We did lose 6,000. We are probably roughly at the trend line on ES. Pretty well, at least pretty close to it. We'll look at that next. But this should be setting up for more of a downside continuation. The failed bounce on the 50 MA and then closing below it into the end of the day, which I'll show you in a second, is actually pretty bearish. Especially given that our support came in really strong at the 50 MA on Friday. Yep. Yeah, just right to the trend line on ES. This is the second test. Obviously, a failure of this trend would be very bearish. It would be the first time that there was a true failure of this trend since August of 2024. Losing this is definitely an indication of the potential for a larger correction. To the downside from here, 5980 is not really a major support. But 5948 is. 5948's been roughly where we've bounced on the last two downside moves. But there's a potential that we could fall lower than that. We just haven't in a long time. Bottom of January, we almost hit like the bear confirm down here at 5807. So we'll see how that goes, but yeah, if this is lost in the overnight session, especially if that continues to sell off into the morning, it's a pretty good indication of a continuation to the downside. Dollar turned up a little bit today, but yields continued to move down. Not really as aggressively as they did Friday, but still hitting about 2-week lows at the top end of the curve. Commodities fell back a little bit, kind of just recovering from their rally. Let's see, there's some support here on the commodity index around like 105. But oil moved up a little, so did gold. The rest of the precious metals didn't do so great. Looks like industrials and materials and agricultural down. Correlation came down a little bit earlier today, snapped right back. They did seem to get it under control a little bit into the end of the day, but I don't think anybody's coming into dispersion trades here. There's been a high demand for, out of the money puts, and low correlation alongside that generally puts you in a scenario where you get a big breakdown in dispersion as participants are encouraged to go long vol the index versus long vol the underlying. Forward yield on volatility closing the day up at 4.31%, which is the highest close on the forward yield of volatility since even Feb 3rd closed around 1% there. Maybe Jan? No. Jan 27th. That was around 2%. This might be the highest close on the forward yield of vol since Jan 10th. We'll take a look at that date when we go look at the other things. So correlation on the 3-month continues to rise. We're starting to see a jump in bond volatility alongside that. Moves still well below 100, but moving up alongside correlation is usually expected, and probably a good sign that correlation on the 3-month will continue to rise. Skew pulled back down, but it's still, relative to historic trends near all-time highs. So a lot of sold puts on the chain, plenty of shit to squeeze out to the downside. If you took a look this morning at Delta into the end of the week, there's a shitload of Delta all the way down to 59.50. 44.73% of the S&P below its 20-day moving average. This actually isn't falling off that fast. And that's because the whole pump was tech. And now that, the pump is kind of starting to fail, it's mostly tech selling off. The rest of the components, not really moving as much. Dow was up today. At one point, Dow was up quite a lot today. So breadth is helping stabilize this a little bit here. But if tech continues to sell off, it'll start to drag everything else down with it. Correlation on between VX and cash VIX fell again today, a little more sharply, from 87.8 to 87.07. And we're starting to see that spike in volatility with the heightened correlation here. This might continue up, especially given that the forward yield on vol is closing positive. That's going to generate overnight demand for volatility. And it technically did over the weekend as well. We just didn't really see that come to pass until a little bit after market open today. But, we saw as soon as vol got a little bit lower, it got bought up again. And that happened both times that we saw vol get shorted down pretty hard today. So that demand for long vol is still there. And as people go longer and longer bonds, there's going to be more and more of that demand because, their portfolios are shifting over. That 60-40 is shifting from equities to the 60 part is shifting a little bit from equities to bonds because the forward returns on those bonds are better than the forward returns on the underlying index or the indexes. And if, that continues, if the forward yield on the 10-year is going to continue to be better than the forward earnings yield of the S&P, more and more of those quite large funds are going to want to get over and into the bond market and get their yields over there where it's safer and less vulnerable. And in doing that, they will want those returns on the forward convexity of volatility. Fed fund futures, not much of a change. Bear steepener turned around a little bit today, but not much. Right now, while vol's high, if we see the bear steepener start to pick up, that could be very bearish. So far, it's pretty muted. Not much has happened with it over the last several days, but if it does start to pick up again, probably quite bad. So we'll take a look here. I want to look at Jan 10th. Yeah, so Jan 10th was kind of a big down day and then went down more overnight, right? Because that forward yield on volatility was elevated. So probably, let's see, where did this open? Like 57.82. And it closed at 58.27. So almost a $40 drop overnight. And then the next day it caught a bounce, probably as the forward yield on volatility started to move back towards negative. And so, you know, we do have a downside move here. Maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow we open around like 59.47 to the downside. We've broken the long-term trend on SPX. And we've lost the 50 MA. So the chances of a downside continuation from here are pretty good. But, you know, there is also a chance that we find some support while we move down. I would say 59.50 or 59.23 are the most likely levels for that. So keep an eye on that in the overnight session. But this is, you know, a breakdown. It's starting to get a little bit confirmed here on the daily. It's definitely still very far away from being confirmed out on the weekly. Here we actually need to drop substantially lower to get a confirmation. We still haven't tested like the 20 MA on the weekly, which is down at like 59.67. And really we'd be looking for a drop below like the 58.32 level or 57.73. And then on the weekly, you know, that would be a confirmed correction and a breakdown. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just watch the levels and try to use them to manage risk as best you can. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Everybody have a great night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Mother said she found it in your